Yeah.
Because on this day.
In 1969, we would have been in the same high school graduating class, me and Brian Warner.
Nice.
Marilyn Manson,
Marilyn Manson.
who played the little the brother on Small Thing, that TV show.
Small Wonder?
Small Wonder.
No.
About the robot
I
girl.
thought that was the
No.
lead singer of Smashing Pumpkins.
No, I'm pretty sure it was Marilyn Manson. Hi, how's it going?
Oh, good. You seem chipper today. You seem like you have energy, like you're ready, you're raring to go.
I have determined that there's no sense in moping around.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that.
There's no point in moping around. It's just, I'm going to be a happy-go-lucky fella no matter what.
I love this news. That's not real, though, right?
No.
Why are you really?
I'm enjoying my Mill Creek coffee in my coffee mug that I told you about yesterday.
Let me see it. Hold it up close there.
I can't really tell if
Ogden and then a colon. Wake up and smell the dog food. I love that.
that's what it says on the mug.
Thank you.
It's full of Mill
best.
Creek coffee, which is delicious. And
Well, if we're getting started on the coffee, then by golly,
And if you don't know what that means, Ogden, wake up and smell the dog food.
you ain't from Ogden.
There's a dog food plant in Ogden. They make, it's the American Nutrition, been there for years. It's called American Nutrition. They call it American Nutrition because they don't want you to know it's a dog food plant.
It's Purina, right? Isn't
I can't remember, but they make kibble, and I think they put it in all kinds of different brands. And when it's cranked up, so they're on Wall Avenue in about 33rd or something like that. When it's cranked up, you can smell the dog food all over, and I kind of like it. It always makes me sort of hungry.
Unpleasant smell.
Most people think it's unpleasant, but when I smell it, being an Ogden boy, I go, pot roast and some onions.
It's home. This smells like
Yeah.
home.
It's like, we're in Ogden, huh? Yeah.
And they spent millions of dollars filtering things on there because people complained. It still smells like.
Yeah. I mean,
Still
they tried.
Yeah. So anyway, that was one of my Christmas presents, that nice Ogden mug.
I like that.
Oh, well, that was nice.
What?
Oh, I just disappeared here, so I don't know what's going on.
Oh,
we're all fine?
Yeah,
so it's just me?
Yeah, I can see you fine.
Okay.
We can hear you fine. We are broadcasting live from our homes, x96.com/lives, where you can go to see us and listen to us. It's all there. You can see Katie in the main studio in Salt Lake running things, making sure that all the three of us from our satellite locations are coming in loud and clear. And
I see the spider Halloween decoration. Is that just going to live forever?
Good.
Which one?
In the
Yeah.
studio?
In the studio.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because the next holiday is Valentine's Day. You could put no, you're not going to put a little heart in the middle of
How about
the.
Cupid caught in the spider web?
Oh.
How about
Yeah.
Cupid,
You got to do something. I think you need to do something, Katie, to incorporate the giant spider and spider web for every holiday. Whether apparently you don't care for Valentine's Day,
I just think it's a superficial holiday.
unlike Halloween or.
Oh, Bill,
Okay.
don't.
Holidays. Those are traditional reasons. Valentine's Day is really, I don't know.
It's traditional. It's as traditional as Halloween.
Can we call it a holiday unless we get work off?
See, thank you.
Maybe is that the definition?
Well, we
Is
don't
that
get
what
work
you're-
off for Halloween, though.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
True.
Is it? I'm afraid Halloween would fall into your Valentine category.
No,
Using that measuring matrix.
Let's not overthink this.
Okay.
I'll try and find a Cupid. There.
Yeah.
There you
We'll do that.
There you go.
Valentine's Day. There we go.
That's all we need.
A couple of quick things here before we go to officially start the show and do your check-ins. I don't know if it's too early, but I claim Tanya Roberts for my Deadpool.
Well, now see, I saw your tweet.
Yeah. Now,
was
is that too mean? Is that too early?
No,
Is
but
it?
that I think that only works if she lives till Friday, because Friday is when we're
Oh.
certifying. It's like the Electoral College. On Friday, we're certifying the votes.
Well,
So,
she's on. I'll have an alternate, but
So-
I jumped on that.
so
You could
fingers
get
crossed.
an early lead.
Hang on. Because we all have to submit our celebrity Deadpool names to Frank Christ at sometimes 7 in the. I want to say
Sometimes
7
Friday morning.
on Friday morning.
Yeah, but Tanya Roberts so far, and Larry King as well. They've cheated Frank.
They're both hanging on.
They've cheated death. Tanya Roberts, we reported yesterday, had died. Oh, not so fast.
Will you have that full story in the news?
Yeah, I'll
because it's
do
kind
that
of
coming
funny.
up.
I mean, it's not funny, but
It's odd.
Odd.
It's very odd. And then also really good news. It's good news that Tanya's hanging in there.
Sure.
But really, really good news is that we had a Utah word of the day planned for today. But I decided, or Carrie helped me decide, this would be a good time to not do it.
to save
because-
it, it's
well, we'll save
still
it, yeah.
there.
Yesterday, Gina teased us with a story, and I said, "Are we going to find out today about what this is?" And she said, "Well, I don't. We're full today. There's no room. I can't. We won't have time to talk about it at all." And I said, "Well, there's Utah word of the day." No, Carrie said that. He said we could get rid of that. And I went, "Yeah, you're right."
Well, it's all part of a grander experiment.
So
And that's all I'm prepared to say at this time.
So yesterday, Gina was talking about her Sailor Boy son Festus, and something that he may be
Extra
eligible.
training.
He may
Extra
be
training.
eligible for extra training, but she was mysterious about it and said it's fascinating and horrific. It's like a car crash; you won't be able to look away.
It's exactly like a car crash, actually.
But you didn't tell us about it, so
Nope.
coming up you'll tell us all about that. Oh, and somebody also. What? Never mind. I don't. It'd be too difficult to explain. Let's not.
All
do
right.
that.
Okay. Well, then let's get underway. We'll take your check-ins in the next break. 877-602-9696.
Nobody called to check in yesterday, which I thought was odd. The first day of the new year, when we're back from our break, and nobody called to say, "Hey, I'm glad you're back. Nice to
Maybe
hear
they're
from-"
not. Maybe they're not glad we're back. Maybe.
So if you're glad that we're not doing the Utah word of the day today, 877-602-9696, or anything else you want to talk about or say hi or wish us Happy New Year, 877-602-9696 is the number. Check in with the Radio from Hell show.
All right. We'll take a break. We will be back with your check-ins at 877-602-9696 after we tell you about this message from the Utah Department of Workforce Services.
If you are hoping to find a job for the new year, the Department of Workforce Services is hosting a nationwide virtual job fair. Now, it's coming up on Thursday, this Thursday, the 7th, right? Yeah. From 10 to 1, there are really good jobs available at this job fair. Now, you don't have to leave your house. This is a virtual job fair. What is it? You go to what website is it, Gina?
Jobs.utah.gov.
Yeah, that's right. Jobs.utah.gov. You look for the job fair. There will be employers there. You can talk with them. They're hosting 10 to 1. Part-time, full-time, telework positions available. You can register in advance, so I'd get on it right now. Go to jobs.utah.gov. That's jobs.utah.gov to pre-register for this virtual job fair that's coming up this Thursday. Jobs.utah.gov.
Mark Rodson featuring Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Owing a considerable amount of money to the James Brown estate and the Rick James estate.
I would say.
I requested that this morning.
I like that.
Pretty tasty, I must say.
I'm not a Bruno Mars fan.
I'm going to make you one.
No, I don't think so. I think it's Mark Ronson.
No.
And
No, I can tell you it's Bruno Mars,
Yeah.
and here's why.
Why?
Because it rips off a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
Not ripped, inspired
And
by.
I'm not saying it in a bad way.
Yeah, you're right.
You know,
it's probably. So it's Bruno Mars sounding as much as he can like somebody else.
Like somebody else, yeah.
But it was enjoyable.
It was. Normally, I don't.
I'm glad that somebody is still making that kind of music.
Exactly.
So that makes me happy.
Yeah, I mean,
Because I do love that kind of music.
Beck had to do it a few years ago.
Yeah.
Which was kind of odd, but so are you okay, Gina?
I got my song request. I'm great. Why?
Oh, okay. Is that I guess that's what it was. Usually you have a greeting for me.
I had my headphones
But
on.
you were-
I was uptown funky. I had no time for you.
Gina's got so much funk.
I don't. That's why I have to add it to my life.
I've seen her. I've seen her dance. She's got the. See, I don't dance. Because
You know better?
Because I know I look silly. I know I look like a white guy. I have to be really, really, really drunk.
And you probably haven't even done that in a long time.
Been a really long time.
There are mornings when we're playing a song.
Oh, do I do it and not realize I'm doing it?
And we've been meaning to have an intervention.
Do I sometimes dance and I don't realize I'm dancing?
Sometimes you air guitar.
Do I?
Yeah.
And I don't know I'm doing
And
it.
air drum, and
That's terrible.
yeah.
The last time I remember dancing, I believe, what was that band that used to play at all like Green Street, and I want to say they were like Solid Groove or Solid Gold or
I don't know.
That. And and they put
The
on
Disco
the wig.
Drippers?
Disco Drippers. There we go. The Disco Drippers. And I remember when at Trolley Square, when Green Street was there, and it was the middle of summer, and they would have cordon off part of the parking lot there, and you could just go out there and dance.
Right.
And I believe the Disco Drippers were there.
Quite possibly.
And I remember dancing there and taking off most of my clothing.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was. It was.
You were having a good time.
I was indeed having a great time. I was down to a shirt and boxer shorts.
Really?
Yeah. And dancing to the Disco Drippers. And I think our salesman, the guy who later became our salesman, was singing with the Disco Drippers at that time. Scott.
He was with the band at the time.
Scott, what's his name?
Yeah.
Yep. Took off most of my clothing. I was dancing with a.
I don't know how I missed that.
I was dancing. Well, you weren't there. That's how. You weren't invited.
But you'd think that word would have got out. Bill's over there.
No, I was with my actor friends.
Oh,
I do need to be drunk to dance, but I do it more often than that. I was wedding in Idaho was the last time.
Oh, I think I remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
Well,
there's video evidence of this, and it's a bad thing.
well, let's face it. I have seen people, white people that dance well, but we are not among them. I think no, not among them.
and I think you get a pass at a wedding. I don't think
Do you?
anyone's gonna. Yeah, because
I often make passes at people at weddings.
All right, 6:19. Let's get this over with.
I want to thank Seth Meyers, by the way, for giving a little preview of one of the boner candidates coming up as well.
Okay.
All right, we'll officially begin the show, and then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. Unlike yesterday, I believe that the lines are full today with people wanting to check in, but keep trying. 877-602-9696. You may have a chance to get through. Gina.
Well, it's brought to you by Your Business Here. Right now, I could, instead of saying these words, I could be telling thousands of Utah residents, Ogden, wake up and smell the dog poop. Bill would like me to sponsor it
Dog
with
poop?
that.
It's dog food.
Dog
Gina.
food.
Dog food. And so I was suggesting that maybe the American Nutrition Company that makes the dog food could sponsor today's show. But let's have it be Mill Creek coffee.
Okay, sure.
Delicious. All right. The moon, 59.6% of full. It is on the wane. We'll have a new moon on the 12th and a full moon on January 28th. The moon will set today at 12:08 p.m., today being Tuesday. It's the 5th day of January in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. And you are listening to the 281st day of our pandemic pandemonium. Please keep them inoculations coming morning broadcast. It's the Radio from Hell show, starring the unvaccinated Lords of Morning Radio. Carrie Jackson, unvaccinated. Bill Allred, no vaccine here.
Want one, though.
Yeah. Gina Barberi, no vaccination there. Katie for short is in our studio. She is producing the show, making sure everything, and wearing a lovely sweater today. I like that sweater with the moons and the sun and stuff on it. I like that. And I believe Skip and Miriam are helping out in the producer's booth as well. Remember, there are now 15 days left in the Trump presidency, and we are in the 281st day of our pandemic broadcast. It's National Bird Day today as well.
Bird Day?
Just all birds?
Bird Day.
General bird Day?
All right. Birds. Yep, bird.
All right, let's go check-ins. Kylie is first.
Hi, Kylie.
Hello, Kylie.
Hi, how are you?
Relatively well, considering. How about you?
Of course. I'm good.
Yeah?
I'm alive.
What are you doing today?
I'm just driving to work.
Where's work?
I work at Costco.
I love Costco.
There's not many people who don't.
Now I don't.
You never hear someone go, "I hate Costco." Costco.
I don't go to Costco much anymore because of the pandemic. But I'm rare. My wife goes, and she says it's always busy.
It's insane all the time.
Yeah. Well, did you have a good Christmas?
Yeah, I did. It was great. What about you guys? Do you have good holidays?
Yeah, it was okay. Not the best Christmas I've ever had, but
Well, you
but it
got
was
that
okay.
awesome mug, Bill. That should continue to bring joy to you.
You bet.
It
That's
wasn't a
what
white
did it.
Christmas, which was very, very eerie and weird.
Yeah, the
Considering
weather's
the
terrible.
whole year was weird, but
Yeah.
okay.
Anything else you want to tell us, Kylie?
I just wanted to say Happy New Year to all of you guys. Me and my boyfriend love your guys' show. And that hopefully 2021 gets rid of everyone's bad attitudes and we have a better year.
Nice
I hope so,
attitude, Kylie. We'll
Thanks, Kylie.
try to help.
You go first.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
You go first.
All right, Kylie, thank you.
See you later.
Let's go to Taylor. Hello, Taylor.
Hey, good morning. How are you all this morning?
Not bad considering. What's up with you today?
You know, I'm similar to Kylie, just headed to work this morning. And
You work at Costco too?
I wish I worked at Costco. I'm not that cool.
Oh.
Yeah, I know.
I'm
But
sorry,
what can you
I
do?
cut you off. Go ahead.
That's okay. I was going to say, I wish I worked at Costco, but I'm not that cool. What can you do? Happy New Year to you all. I was just headed into work, like I said, and I thought, man, I honestly cannot think about what I would do if Radio from Hell was not on the air in the morning. I've been listening for, I don't know, so long, since, it'll date me a little bit, but like middle school.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys are awesome. So keep up the great work.
Thanks, Taylor.
Well, thanks. We appreciate it. If you
Thank you,
could do
Taylor.
us one favor, Taylor, we have,
Of course.
You're a very valuable listener, and we really like you a lot, but we need more of you. So if you could go find some new people to listen to the show.
Put your shoulder to the wheel, so to speak.
Thanks,
I'll
Taylor.
have to search out the ways with Alexa and Google Home and all those types of things. I don't know. Maybe I could get some people in on that.
All right.
Thank you very much,
Thanks, Taylor.
All right. Bill was showing off his mug that he got for Christmas, and I'm going to start here at x96.com/live. Here's 2 of the 8 action figures that I got from Sue. See, there's Electro. See, you can tell because he's got lightning bolts on his head.
Yeah.
See, and then there's, of course, these are classic action
I was going to say those are old timey, and you say they're from Sue. She didn't have anything to do with that.
Oh, sure she did.
Who the hell is
They're-
Electro?
He's the electric-based
What is he?
supervillain. He can travel
shock
through
you?
your
He can-
electricity
He
and
can charge your devices.
can shock you. He's the terrifying villain. All right, let's go to Joe. Hello, Joe.
Joe!
Good morning, Lords.
Good morning.
I need to apologize. I was going to call yesterday. In fact, I did call, but I had to hang up because I just adopted a dog over the holiday, and he was getting into something.
That happens.
They will do that.
Yes, it does. But as at least 2 out of 3 of you have dogs currently, any tricks on marking territory in the house?
Your dog is marking territory? That's
Yes, that's what happened yesterday.
The way to get rid of that is that you need to go around and show dominance and pee every.
So if I go and pee in the corner, then he
Yeah,
he'll
you,
know.
you go
all
pee
about
every
dominance.
place the dog is peeing.
Well, excellent.
Is it marking territory, or are they just not getting enough potty breaks?
Or does he have a bladder problem?
No, I've been taking him out about 4 or 5 times a day, so I think he's had plenty of potty breaks. He's just a little excitable.
he's getting used to his new environment. If you just got him over the holidays, what's his name?
I named him Basil
Why?
because I think it's a cute name. I couldn't decide on a old English aristocratic name or a cute food name, so I kind of picked one that was both.
It was either
like
Tater
Basil.
Tot or Basil.
Basil's
A
good.
cute food
Well,
name.
you know, Rupert and Waffles were on the short list as well.
I like Rupert. That would have been good. Hey, Rupert!
Well, I would go with Carrie's suggestion, and I know you said you take him out 4 or 5 times a day, but maybe a little more often until he's used to his new environment.
Can do.
So you're just discounting my suggestion then. I think if you go around and pee every place he's peeing, he'll stop.
Bill, that sounds like a trick you probably learned from Klaus.
Let's
And
see.
I don't know if cat problems are really dog problems.
Oh, okay. Here's a tip coming in. Put a towel or a blanket where he sleeps and leave it there for a while so that it starts to smell like him. Then you put that towel where he is marking.
Oh,
The smell will
that is
make
an
him
excellent
realize this is my home.
You don't pee where you
I
sleep.
don't need to mark this territory because this is my home.
Yeah, I don't
Nice.
pee where I sleep.
So there you go. Try
That is an excellent tip. I'm going to have to try that out.
All right.
That is my wife chiming in. She teaches all of our dogs how to and how to not.
Well,
I think back on it. I think my mother did that to me. As a matter of fact,
oh, Bill.
long time ago. I
thing.
think. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Taylor.
See you later.
All right.
right.
Let's go to Joe. Hello, Joe.
Hi, Joe.
No, that was Joe.
Oh, that was Joe.
We just
Okay.
had
We did
Joe.
lose Taylor. All right.
No, we had Taylor. Taylor was the one that.
Taylor's gone.
Yeah, we talked to Joe and Taylor already.
Is there anybody
good.
else there? Is there anybody there?
I was
No, we're-
coordinating dog towels and names, and
Yeah.
so I got lost.
What's a belly band? Somebody in the chat room or in the
No idea.
texting says, tell the guy to buy a belly band.
I have no idea what that is.
Sounds like a weight loss thing.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, I know what it is.
Oh, what, Katie?
So it's literally a band that you tie around their bladder area, and it helps them hold their bladder until
Oh, I use one of
you need
those.
to go or can take them out. My cousin's roommate had one for her little dog. That's why
I use
know.
one of those when I go on long airplane flights and stuff.
That just doesn't seem right for. I mean, well, I'm glad it works for you, but I'm just saying it doesn't seem right for a dog.
Yeah. It's okay for me, but for a dog, that's just mean.
Well, he doesn't have thumbs and a hand to, adjust it and all that. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Well, a fast-moving cold front is making its way across northern Utah this morning, and drivers are urged to use caution as some roadways are receiving rain and snow. Snowfall on valley roads, and in some points of the Wasatch Front, canyons are experiencing some snow. But like I said, it is a fast-moving storm, and by early afternoon it should move through. It's just raining down here at my house. Yeah,
it's raining here, too.
So that'll be affecting your commute this morning, so just be aware of that. That's traffic.
All right. Let's see. Now, coming up, we do have Big Boy News and Opinioendo full strength coming up after these. And then Festus is thinking about doing something peculiar.
In the Navy.
In the Navy.
It's extra training.
Don't Google the words peculiar and Navy.
No.
Just don't. From your computer. Do it from a work computer. That's fine. All right, we will take a break, and we will be back after these. X96.
So the other day, my husband makes a pronouncement. Dr. Jones, he says, our family is going to start a new bedtime ritual. And it involves golden milk.
Do you do this while you're clothed?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said, what is golden milk?
Now, I've heard of it. Then you brought it up yesterday. And so I looked it up, and I bought the ingredients for it yesterday.
Because it sounds delicious, doesn't it?
Golden milk is a traditional Indian drink that has its roots in Ayurveda, health practices, ancient healing, a blend of hot milk and ground turmeric. Now, this recipe that I have, shall I read it and see if it's similar to your husband's?
Yeah, let's see what yours.
So it goes on to talk about the benefits of golden milk. Turmeric is a known anti-inflammatory.
Which is a good thing to have before bed.
Yeah. So you take a cup and a half of light coconut milk. Canned is best, but carton works fine, that says. 1.5 cups of unsweetened plain almond milk, 1.5 teaspoons of ground turmeric, a quarter teaspoon of ground ginger, or fresh if you would care to do that. There's a way to do that. 1 whole cinnamon stick, 1 tablespoon of coconut oil, and a pinch of black pepper. Then sweeten it with anything pretty much you like. It suggests here coconut sugar, stevia, I guess stevia is like non-caloric.
Yeah.
Right? Or maple syrup, which sounds kind of good to me.
We did honey with ours.
And then you just put it all together in a pan and heat it up and then drink it.
And a twist of black pepper, which sounds kind of weird.
No, that's what I read that.
Yeah, to finish it on
black
on the
pepper.
top.
Sounds good.
It's so you've bought it. You haven't made it yet.
I bought all the ingredients. I was going to make some last night, but I didn't do it.
It was delicious. However, it has turmeric in it.
Yeah.
Which stains everything it touches.
Yellow.
And I said to Mohammed, you have to drink this at the counter. You can't carry it into the living room. You can't take it to your room.
Yeah.
Your golden milk has to be. And he said, well, I want to go sit by the fire. And I can see what, because, you want to sip a little hot drink by the. No. You have to sit. And so
did he?
He did.
Okay.
And managed to stay in things anyway.
And we all finished our golden milk, and we all liked it. There's something about it's the old thing of having a warm milk before bed.
It says here it's creamy, comforting, coconutty, and it has a ginger infused, slightly spicy and sweet flavor.
It's delicious. But I looked at all of our cups after.
Yes.
And they were all orange.
No, you need to use black cups.
And I said to the kids, if this becomes a nightly Jones family tradition, I'm going to have to supervise the drinking of it as well as the teeth brushing after it, because we're all going to end up with orange teeth if we're not careful.
Here's what you need to do is make sure you drink it. Use the same cups every time, so it doesn't matter if they're stained.
These are our turmeric golden milk.
These are the golden milk cups.
Yeah, golden milk cups.
Yeah,
I can't wait to try it. I think I'll make some Indian food tonight and then have it after dinner.
I think you'll love it. And
it sounds great.
I actually took mine and had it in the bathtub and sipped it.
I told you have to have it at the counter. You cannot take it to the bathtub, as nice as that may be.
Yeah.
No,
it was.
I don't understand
lovely.
why there's a double standard for parents and children, and there just shouldn't be. That's not fair.
There shouldn't be?
No.
I paid for all the things in the house. If I spill turmeric on them, I paid for it.
If my kids spill turmeric, it's been a long-standing rule. If you spill turmeric on something, you pay for it. You turmericed it, you bought it.
So that's on a day like today when it's kind of snowy and overcast, just think of ending your day with a nice cup of golden milk.
Just look up golden milk. You'll find any number of recipes.
I've just come to the conclusion that your husband is a hippie that showers regularly.
Yes. He is.
Are you sure about the showering
yes.
thing?
He is.
All right. I think that might have been Seth commenting about Fox being swallowed up by Disney. All right. 6:35 and full strength big boy news and opinioendo here. Brought to you by.
Make sure your furnace is ready and stays ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for just $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Well, she's cheated death so far. Tanya Roberts is still alive. Yesterday, we reported, because her husband and her publicist both said, we're sorry to report that Tanya Roberts, former star of That 70s Show, former Bond girl, former Charlie's Angel.
Sheena, Queen of the Jungle.
Sheena, Queen of the Jungle. She has died. Where she collapsed while walking her dogs on Christmas Day or Christmas Eve, and she has died. This is according to her publicist, her husband.
Released a press release.
No, she's not dead. The publicist representing her husband, Lance, issued a press release saying that the actress had died on Sunday, but now the publicist has gotten back to TMZ to confirm that Tanya Roberts is not actually dead. Apparently, Lance received a phone call from the hospital on Monday informing him that his wife's state of health was dire. Get to the hospital. He went to the hospital. He even said, I held her in my arms for her last moments.
Yeah, that was what I read that in the story yesterday.
So then the hospital called and said, wait a minute, get back here. She's not dead. Roberts is now
not doing well.
Not doing well, but she is still, in fact, alive. Guess who else is not dead?
I'm getting better.
And doing better.
Yes.
Larry King.
Oh.
Larry
he has
King.
To deal with the devil. He must.
Now, Larry King is 87. He has had numerous health problems over the years. He's had several heart attacks. He's just really old.
Cancer.
He's
had diabetes.
Yeah. His head has shrunk below the level of his shoulders.
Well, he is the model for every bobblehead you've ever seen.
And he was hospitalized and put into the ICU with COVID. He has been moved out of the ICU and is improving. Additionally, by the way, one of his sons, I don't know if it was Chance, or I don't know what other sons he has, also was infected with coronavirus.
Really?
And is not doing very well. But he's out of the ICU, and they say, he's doing okay.
That being said, are any of you going to put him on your Deadpool for the coming year?
Well, no, because I don't hate I don't hate Larry King, and it's going to be a hate list.
Yours is a hate list this year, theme.
And I just need one person from my list.
And so you're putting Tanya Roberts.
I want Tanya Roberts unless she doesn't make it to Friday.
And then you'll go with Larry?
Yeah, if nobody else wants him.
Okay.
All right.
If someone could get a health check on Phil Collins for me, I'd appreciate that.
No.
Get back to me, please.
You know,
This
I
is
hope
a horrible thing we do, by the way.
It's one of the worst things that we do every year.
But I hope that someday I'm on someone's Deadpool.
I can tell you right now, I'm on somebody's Deadpool.
More than 18,400 Americans have died of COVID-19 in the past 7 days, marking the deadliest week of the pandemic, as experts warn the worst is yet to come. The U.S. also set a new record for hospitalizations yesterday, 128,210. Oh, wait, that's 209. They moved Larry King out of the ICU. The situation in Los Angeles County has grown even more critical in recent days as hospitals ramp up efforts to ration care amid a more than 1,000% spike in admissions since early November. Ambulance crews in the country, or in the county, LA County rather, are now being advised to conserve oxygen.
Yep.
Do not transport patients who have no chance of survival.
Wow.
If they're just clinging to life, don't
let
bother
them be.
bringing them to the hospital.
If you get there, just
say to the family, "Now we're leaving them here." The conservation measures come about as hospitals in Southern California and around the United States are expected to become increasingly overwhelmed in coming weeks as the infection surges, fueled by holiday travel and gatherings around the Christmas and New Year. And scientists in the UK are worried that vaccines may not protect against the what they're now calling, this is weird, the South African coronavirus variant. I thought we stopped naming viruses after the places where they originated.
I think that's not an official name. It's just a
Can't
way
we call
to
it like
separate it.
2.0 or something like that? I don't know.
Scientists in the UK have expressed concern that COVID-19 vaccines being rolled out will not or may not be able to protect against the new variant. Both Britain and South Africa have detected new, more transmissible variants of COVID-19 causing virus in recent weeks. Well, I'm sorry, Gina.
we need things to hold on to and hope. And yesterday they were saying it should work against, but now they're saying no.
That's what they're not sure. Utah wrapped up a tumultuous week in regards to coronavirus, adding 1,819 cases to the tally. That's a total of 18,599 new cases reported in a week after the Christmas holiday here in Utah alone. And vaccines for Utah teachers have been delayed.
Whoa.
At
really?
least a week and maybe more.
Why is that?
They're being pushed back because the state is receiving doses at a lower rate than expected from the federal government.
Yeah.
Instead of education, employees are getting a first shot by the middle of January. That's what they expected it would happen. It'll be closer to the end of January or early February. We're back about a week to 10 days from where we thought we would be, said Tom Hidako, spokesman for the Utah Department of Health. Here's a weird story from Springville.
Okay. Yes, Springville. I accept. Of course, it's going to be a weird story.
Criminal charges have been filed against a Springville man who police say shot and killed his mother at the dinner table and then danced with his sister next to their mother's body.
Oh, jeez.
Mike Lopez, charged in Provo's 4th District Court with murder and other charges. On December 23rd, police say Lopez walked into the dining room where his mother, Victoria Ramirez, was with his two sisters, ages 14 and 17.
Okay.
All four of them seated at the dining table when Mr. Lopez pointed a shotgun at his mother. Mike turned toward his 14-year-old sister and they gave each other a head nod, according to a police affidavit. The 14-year-old then locked herself in an adjacent bedroom, while the 17-year-old remained outside the door. Ramirez told her son, "I know you're going to kill me. I love you."
Wow.
And then he fired a shot at her, hit her in the face and neck, killing her instantly. The 14-year-old girl then came out of the bedroom, stroked her mother's hair, before Lopez grabbed her arm, and the two started dancing next to the mother's body, according to the charges.
Bizarre.
The 17-year-old then locked herself in the bathroom, climbed out the window, and ran from the house to call another relative and the police. When police arrived, they found Mr. Lopez lying in a filled bathtub in a downstairs bathroom, soaking, with the shotgun leaning against the tub. He was arrested and transported to the Utah County Jail. That's a weird story.
And no backstory as to
I think you can fill in some of this.
Like she was
really
abusive or something?
Maybe, or really bad, certainly very, very bad blood between the mother and the siblings, all of them, I think. Donald Trump in Georgia, using a campaign rally on the eve of two critical Senate runoffs in Georgia to once again vent his debunked grievances about the outcome of November's presidential election, as he continued his assault on the peaceful transfer of power.
And he danced, too.
Oh, did he dance?
Oh,
I
yeah.
didn't see that.
He did his Macho
I don't even
Man
call it a
YMCA.
dance. He mimes doing something sexual that I don't want to think about.
In an appearance that was supposed to bolster the fortunes of the two Republican candidates, Senators David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler, Mr. Trump instead turned the nearly 90-minute rally into a rambling lecture filled with conspiracy theories, rumors, unproven assertions, and personal attacks on Democrats. And coming up in the boner candidates, Chris Stewart.
Utah's own.
Yeah, he's not going to jump to, assuming that the president's not having the election stolen from him, because Chris Stewart is an idiot.
Mm-hmm. He heard the phone call and then made this announcement,
Yes.
by the way. That came after the phone call.
There's no way we lost Georgia, Trump said after taking the stage. I've had 2 elections. I've won both of them. It's amazing. He's...
So,
by the way,
call, I finally listened to it yesterday.
Did you listen to the whole thing?
And his logic for how I know I won Georgia is I had more people at my rallies.
Yeah.
There's no way we could have lost Georgia.
I had more people at my rallies.
There are going to be Republicans very upset here.
I had somebody use that argument on me. It says, well, anytime Joe Biden held a rally, there were like 25 people. And I'm like, here's the thing. Biden designed it that way because he didn't want people to get sick.
Oh.
And, it's just a testament to how much the nation hates Trump. That's all. It's not a conspiracy.
Here's another thing, and my wife pointed this out, and I've heard so many of these Republicans who are backing the president in this, the same voters that Trump is alleging, somehow voted illegally or stole the election, voted for those Republican senators who won.
Mm-hmm. So if you say that this, in that state, like Georgia, if you're saying that the Georgia election is not legitimate, then that means that the people from Georgia, Pennsylvania,
any Republican elected, should not.
Burgess Owens.
Well, they have a list of states that they want to contest, and each one of them had Republicans that were elected. So does that mean that we throw them all out? And they got one of them on camera saying, "Oh no, we're just talking about the presidential race."
But it's the same voters.
Exactly. But that's their twisted
that's how
logic.
deep the conspiracy is they
that's their
they vote
That's their twisted logic. You see, for years we have been told by people that our elections are rigged. It started about 6 or 7 years ago that, if I lose, it's rigged. If I win, it's fine. We told that and told that and told that. And now the Congress is saying, look, we've been telling these people for years that your vote doesn't count. And now they believe us. So you'd better do something about it.
And I was going to nominate these guys for a boner candidate, but then I thought better of it as I watched them. 2 shirtless Russian men fighting each other in the middle of the street with fireworks.
With fireworks.
With fireworks.
How do you fight with fireworks?
Oh, Gina, you're not a man. Don't you know anything manly at all?
Explain it to me.
You got your Roman candles specifically.
Okay.
That when you light them, they shoot balls of fire, several in a row.
Okay.
So they're fighting with fireworks. They're both shirtless. They're squared off like gunfighters and fighting with fireworks. At first, I was going to nominate them for boner, and then I thought, no. First of all, you know how damn cold it is in Russia right now?
Oh, yeah.
It is, they're experiencing a really bad cold snap. So these guys are, they're.
Do you admire them? I don't know what you mean.
You'll have to see the video, Gina.
Okay.
These are manly men. These are Russians. Okay. They're full of vodka and full of stupidity, and they're going at each other with fireworks. Okay. I applaud them. All right, that's it.
All right, sports, weather, traffic.
Russell Wilson, he's just a good guy.
Yes,
and he does things for his teammates all the time, and he's done it again. He just made his teammate David Moore $100,000 richer by calling an audible pass at the end of Sunday's game to get him a big fat bonus. Seattle Seahawks were lined up to take a knee to finish off the San Francisco 49ers 26-23 win.
That was the play from the bench. Pete Carroll said, "Take a knee, the game will be over."
Yeah. Wilson decided to switch it up and hit Moore with a pass with 22 seconds remaining. The announcers were confused during the broadcast, wondering why he didn't just run the clock out, because that's the safe thing to do.
Yeah.
And Pete Carroll on the sidelines at first was going, "What are you doing? What are you doing?"
Wilson knew that Moore was one catch away from hitting 35 receptions for the season, which triggered a $100,000 bonus. So he purposefully targeted him so he could get paid. Nice guy.
That was nice. There's your bonus, buddy.
All right. Jazz tonight, they are on the road. They play the Brooklyn Nets at 5:30 p.m. this evening. Weather, so we've got this fast-moving cold front making its way across northern Utah this morning. You're going to see rain and snow in some areas, but it's fairly warm, so mostly rain down in the valleys. But up in the mountains, they could get a foot of snow up there. But it should be passing through, and we'll be back to sunny skies, actually, by later this afternoon into tonight. Next chance of snow will be Thursday. It looks like about a 20% chance then. Today we have a high of 40. Traffic, let's see if we've got anything happening. We've got a crash eastbound US 189. This is 4 miles south of Provo at milepost 13. That's on the right shoulder. And signal problems all directions. This is up in Heber at US 40 and 5th North. Treat that as a 4-way stop. Looks like that's it, though, even though we've got some weather going on. Not a lot of accidents to tell you about. Let's see if we can keep it that way. That's traffic.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. We got a little extra time here. Do we have any business or anything that we need to take care of?
Let's see. What's... no?
I could tell you a quick story. You
Okay.
want a quick story?
Sure.
So Christmas Eve, I get a call from my brother-in-law, and he says, we're going pheasant hunting. Does Muhammad want to go? And I said, well, I don't even have to ask him. I know what he does.
Yeah, of course the boy will go.
So I take him up to Ogden, and he says, well, we'll go for a couple hours, and then we'll meet somewhere, and you can pick him up.
Mm-hmm.
So I go to meet him in a parking lot at the end of the hunt. And as I'm chatting with some of my family members who also went hunting, my brother-in-law starts loading dead pheasants in the back of my car. I don't have a truck. It's my car.
In the back seat, yeah.
I said, what are you doing? He's like, well, dude, Muhammad got 2 birds. So I'm putting them in your car. And this is like 3 o'clock on Christmas Eve. I said, what what am I supposed to do with those? He's like, he knows what to do with them.
Okay.
He knows how to clean them.
So leaving Ogden at 3 o'clock, I get to Salt Lake about 4 o'clock, and it's kind of starting to get dark and stuff, and it's Christmas Eve, for God's sake. And I said, Mohammed, I'm dropping you off at home. You better do something with those birds. And now I have to go find a car wash that's open Christmas Eve evening so I can wash the blood and feathers out of the back of my car so that they don't sit there all day Christmas Day. And
there was a solution to this, Gina. When your brother-in-law starts putting dead pheasants in the back of your car, you say, no. No,
he says you don't go hunting and then not take the birds.
Fine, okay. You got a bag to put them in? No bag? No.
And Mohammed wanted them. So
you had no choice but to accede to the wishes of a 13-year-old boy and your brother-in-law.
Question, point of parliamentary procedure. Was it a predetermined time that you met in the parking lot, or was a phone call made saying, come get me?
It was phone call, come get me. It was...
At that point, the hunter. It is incumbent upon the hunter.
Yeah.
There is precedent.
Protocol.
There is protocol, yeah. It is incumbent upon the hunter to say, honey, I got me a couple of birds. Bring a garbage bag or some newspaper.
Absolutely.
I've heard these conversations happen in my home growing up,
yeah.
Okay?
So I drop him off at the house, and I didn't even get out of the car. And I'm like, take your birds and go, and it's getting dark on Christmas Eve. and I found a car wash that I could clean the inside of my car out. I didn't want to be doing that in the dark on Christmas Eve.
Really?
Washing blood and feathers out of my car.
Really?
And I got home, and I came inside, and I asked Joe, I'm like, did Mohammed take care of his birds? He's like, yep, he cleaned them, and he brought in the breasts, and they're already in the freezer. I'm like, oh, all right, I guess.
Again, incumbent upon the hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and really the hunter should have had some sort of a satchel.
Yeah, a bag or a...
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Okay.
Yeah.
Time to take a trip to Smith & Edwards and get him one of those.
All right.
But you had no choice but to say, okay.
What am I gonna do with these?
And as Denise says, don't kill it if you ain't going to grill it.
Exactly. And I support that. I don't want him shooting things just to shoot them.
The question is, did he make pheasant jalapeno poppers?
They're in the freezer for a future jalapeno popper.
All right. Traffic, please, Gina.
Yeah, we've got a fast-moving cold front making its way across northern Utah this morning, and we've got snowfall on valley roads and rainfall down here in the city. Not really impacting your commute so far. At least we don't have any accidents to tell you about. But if you see something, you can text it to us 33986.
Gina, Alan says you got to get him an upland game vest with a pocket in the back, and then he'll
okay.
There you go.
Right.
Be all set to carry his game.
Okay.
All right. Okay, we're going to take a break. We'll be back and talk about Gina's other boy.
Oh, yeah. I've got more stories. This one, I'll warn you. It's unsettling.
Unsettling.
My next story.
And which, it's probably not as unsettling as Utah Word of the Day.
That's true.
So we're supplanting Utah Word of the Day, which is very unsettling.
Uh-huh.
And going to do that story.
We'll get that to you after these. Stand by. UtahAdvocates.com's the website. You can go there. Now, there are several options once you get there. You want to talk to a lawyer. First of all, it's free. Mm-hmm. A lawyer will give you advice on your case for free. That's the first thing you need to know. There are several options there. You can call 24/7 and speak to a human being, or there's a live chat feature. And when I say human being, I mean a lawyer. You won't get a gatekeeper.
Yeah.
And then there's also a chat feature, and also at the other end of that chat feature is a lawyer who will give you advice on your case for free.
And they take all kinds of cases. They take car accidents, slip and fall, workman's compensation cases as well. All you got to do is get a hold of the advocates. Now, it's not free forever. they do charge you if they get you a
It's not
settlement.
it's not an upfront fee.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
So when they get you a settlement, then they take a percentage of that. So if you've been hurt in an accident because of somebody else's carelessness, call the advocates, 801-355-5550, or go to utawadvocates.com.
Let me just throw you a really quick story from New York. We stayed at the Grand Hyatt, which was in near Grand Central Station.
It sounds grand.
It was very nice.
There's the regular Hyatt and then the Grand.
The Grand Hyatt. First of all, there once again, my big complaint with hotels, no exhaust fan in the bathroom. I hate that.
You know, I had an electrician working on my house the other day. You know what they refer to those as?
What?
The fart fan.
Exactly.
Oh, nice.
Exactly.
Is that what you need it for?
Said I forgot to bring you the fart fan. We'll bring that by and put the.
And here's why it would have helped on this trip. Okay, so my lovely wife Sue, who's just a dainty flower.
Mm-hmm.
She yelled at me, "Hey, the shower drain, the bathtub drain is clogged. I can't get it to drain." So as we're showering, it's like filling up with dirty water. I said, well, let me call down to the front desk and we'll get a maintenance guy up here to drain it.
Okay.
So after the showers are taken, Sue needs to go in and relieve herself.
I didn't think
Take
she
a
did.
dump?
Yes,
Okay.
take a dump.
All right.
And that's my dainty flower, my lovely wife Sue.
Mm-hmm.
Man, she stunk up the place.
Okay.
Because when you travel, it's you're
Rich food.
I'm sure
yeah,
she
okay.
appreciates
a lot of
you
rich. Well,
discussing
she really bad. And again, there's no fart fan.
It was an eye burner.
Yeah, it was an eye burner, exactly. And again, no fart fan. So what happens is that she's still in there finishing up, and maintenance guy at the door. Right?
Oh no, it's so embarrassing.
It's so embarrassing.
That's so embarrassing.
So I said, "Yeah, there's a clogged." I opened the door, clogged drain in the tub, and he tries to move toward me like I'm going to go in. I said, "No. So, she's in there."
You really don't want to go in there.
I said,
Just
"She's
say,
in
can
there."
you come back and?
Well, I'd already put him off a half hour so we could shower.
Why don't you sit down and have a drink?
I should have done that.
Yeah.
I should have done that because we had some nice vodka in the room.
Would you care for something from the mini bar?
So
It's on me.
So then Sue comes out. He goes in, and I hear. Ah! It went like this.
Oh.
That Krusty the Clown kind of. And he's in there working, and then I hear, "It's all yours," and the front door slam.
He's out.
He didn't bother to say, here's what happened, or anything. It's all yours. Out the door.
That would be a horrible job. He's got to do that all day.
Well,
know.
at least you didn't hear. I'm blind.
That's what I thought I might hear. Because I'll be honest with you, man.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
it was awful.
Yeah.
I'm sure she appreciates this conversation.
Did you clear that story with her?
Honestly,
Honestly?
guess I should have.
Yeah.
You didn't.
Uh,
You didn't. See, if I were going to tell a story like that about my
you'd
wife,
clear it.
I would.
Mhm.
I would say, "Do you mind if?"
And I just wouldn't.
And my guess is she would say, "I'd rather you didn't," and then I wouldn't. But
Did you get texted?
Yeah.
Are you in trouble?
Once again, I'm jealous.
Huh?
How am I jealous? It did not smell that bad, and he made no sigh. Hon, you didn't hear the sigh. I'm sorry. You didn't hear the sigh. It was audible.
maybe that was just he was letting all of his breath out so that he could hold it for the entire
That's
time.
what it
Or he was bending over to the tub.
Yeah.
You know how you do.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
sure that's what it was.
I'm dead. Okay. We are broadcasting live from our homes, x96.com/live. You can see us there. We got cameras set up in each one of our houses and broadcast equipment set up, and it all gets fed to Katie in the main studio there in Salt Lake at X96, and from that board where Katie is standing, it goes out to y'all.
It's magic, in other words.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I will warn you.
Good news, by the way. Just for the Utah word of the day, supposed to be here. It's not going to be here, and I hope you're happy, because now it's going to be supplanted by a very unsettling story from Gina Barberi.
Yeah, this is the disclaimer. This could be unsettling for some people.
Right.
So
We have been warned.
sensitive folks.
It couldn't be worse than Utah word of the day, though. It can't be worse than that.
We'll see.
Hello, sailor boy!
So my dear son Festus, he's in Navy A school.
Okay.
He's going to be a corpsman. He's going to be a medic. And he came home for Christmas, not in my house, was not allowed in my house. We spent Christmas outside in the cold from the time he was here. But I was getting caught up on what he's doing in school. And he's doing great, by the way.
Oh, good.
He's top 5 in his class.
So you learned to tie any knots yet?
I'm
Sailor
sure
knots?
That's part of it.
How does he compare to the rest of them as far as height and weight percentile?
He's very tall, and he's very thin. Although he's buffed out a little bit, being in the Navy.
Probably, yeah.
So we were talking about what comes next. So he graduates probably in like April. And then he'll be assigned a new station and he'll move. But he said there's an opportunity after you graduate to do additional training, which can get you a better placement, which can get you more money.
Let me ask you. What? So if he just graduates and doesn't do this additional training, what will he be doing?
He'll be actually he's doing a dental specialty, so he'll be assisting dentists
You're looking in people's mouths and up their
Yeah.
noses.
I mean,
Okay.
but he said if I take advantage of this additional training, it could help. And I said, well, what kind of things can you do? He's like, well, you can do additional phlebotomy training, so
Okay.
learn how to
Blood
take
drawing.
blood
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Well, that would be helpful in you going on. And he said, there's something else though that's an option.
An option, okay.
I don't know if I want to do it or not, but it's an option. And I found an article about it, and I'm going to read you this article.
Okay.
Here's the headline of the article: the most intense military medical training no one talks about.
Oh.
It's no secret
Should
that
we,
the military.
Should we talk about it here?
Well, it's
Is this secrets? Is
I
this?
don't know. You just said no
don't
one
know.
talks. Maybe
It's-
we shouldn't be doing this.
well, no, someone should talk about it.
Okay.
And I have to tell you, when he told me this, you know the kombucha lady's face? Well, ooh, you know her? I was kind of doing that with this because it's fascinating, but it's horrible. Mm-hmm. It's no secret the military trains the way they fight, which is pretty hardcore. Marines and sailors train in terrible heat, rough terrain to prepare them to face the enemy in harsh conditions like in Afghanistan. But this training for medical professionals getting ready for bloody working conditions overseas, some troops opt to be sent to live tissue training, where they must keep wounded pigs alive for hours or fail the course. The animals are chosen specifically due to their tissue similarities to
Yeah.
humans.
The people, yeah.
So they purposefully wound a pig.
Whose job is it to blow up the pigs today?
I don't know.
Who's going to shoot the pigs today?
And once at the training ground, troops gear up for full battle. They are placed. The animals are highly anesthetized before this happens. They are wounded. Then the medics have to carry their patient
Yeah.
on a stretcher. It's like battle training, and they have to treat their patient. If the animal dies in the process, the student fails the class. The way you pass the class is saving the animal's life.
I have only one question about this so far. Who gets the bacon?
Well, that was a serious question I had, is what happens to that perfectly fine pig.
Yeah.
I don't imagine they'd be eating it, because part of saving its life might include administering medicines to it. So I don't think anybody's going to be eating it.
Now, compared to a computer simulator, the pig lab, as many people refer to it, puts actual life in the student's hands, forcing them to think on their toes and keep the patient alive.
It's a pig lab, Jerry.
And as he's telling me this, I am really having that's horrible, but also, how else do you get that? There's no simulation you can do that replaces. There's a live thing here that I have to keep alive. How do I do that? Am I doing the things right that will keep this alive?
I'm surprised in the Trump administration they haven't proposed using prisoners at Guantanamo for this.
Now, as you might expect, PETA is none too happy with this training.
Yeah, well, wait till if you're in PETA, wait till one of you gets wounded in battle if you're a member of PETA.
But, and I said, well, are you going to do it? And he said, I don't know, I haven't decided. Because I think he's a little like, I don't know if I can
wouldn't do it.
But you can also see, well, how else do you get that training? This isn't like medical school, like, in civilian life, where you can go work in a hospital and work in an emergency room and work beside doctors that, or have these sort of live patients coming in that you can observe. This is different. It's
like that, I don't know, they're just all those bizarre things. And I can't think of the name of the woman who writes those books. Gina, you know the books about Bonk and...
Mary Roach.
Yeah, and she talks. I read the one where she talks about cadavers and all of that.
Yeah.
She went to this medical school, and she walks into this room, and there are like 12 human heads on stands. What for plastic surgeons to do eye lifts and stuff like that. It's weird.
All right. Well, it says, here's a text. We did the same thing when I was in military training. It's amazing training. Also, very few of the pigs live. It's not based on pass-fail. If he's going to try to be a dentist, there is little to no chance that he'll see any actual battle.
Yeah.
So maybe not do the training.
So maybe not do that.
If that's really what he wants to do.
Yeah, there's no frontline battle dentistry,
Quick! Root canal.
Shells are exploding all around me, bullets whizzing over my head, and I have to fill a cavity. Not a lot of that.
No.
So, I wouldn't do it.
Ooh, I don't know. I'm not going to weigh in. This
I would get just as oogie being a dentist too, though.
Yeah, I don't want to be.
Every time I go to Dr. Carroll and he's working on I think he's also looking up my nose.
Yeah, of course.
Well, that's why I always take cautions before I go.
Yeah,
nice thorough
waxing, before
trimming.
You go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. Yeah,
he hasn't decided yet.
No.
Let us know.
I will. I'll keep you.
And I want to know who gets the bacon.
And tell him I want an autograph from Peppa.
Hello, sailor boy.
All right. Traffic, please.
So we have some weather happening, which could affect traffic, although I don't have any accidents to tell you about, so maybe not. That's rain in the valleys, snow in the mountains and canyons this morning. You may be required to use chains or four-wheel drive if you're trying to get up to the resorts this morning. But this is a fast-moving storm, and it should be out of here, and we'll actually have sunny skies by the afternoon, it looks like. That's traffic.
You see, that's what you get when you don't have Utah Word of the Day, okay? Are you happy? Are you happy?
Live tissue training.
All right. Boners round 1 coming up. Let me give you the candidates you will be considering. Boner candidate number 1, we've got some strange wiring in here. Number 2, there's plenty of evidence. I just don't know what it is. And boner candidate number 3, this is embarrassing to the human race.
Oh, boy. If I had a nickel for every time I've... All right. We got round 1 of your boners coming up. Stand by for that, along with Big Boy News and a Pinuendo. Gina, sing a song of shamrockplumbing.net.
Boy, they do a good job.
They're lifesavers. Mm-hmm. More than once I've had to call Shamrock Plumbing for a plumbing emergency, and they are on time. They fix the problem. They are clean. They clean up after themselves. I trust Shamrock Plumbing, but I've also had them come do things that, it's not an emergency. I just maybe want a new faucet or something.
I just had him install a new toilet in my house, and I said, how long is that going to take? He said, about 40 minutes. Nothing. I mean, they're just great. Shamrock Plumbing. You have any kind of a plumbing emergency or routine plumbing work as well. Shamrock Plumbing, that's the place you want to go. Shamrockplumbing.net is their website, but you can call them in an emergency and they will come. 801-295-1690. They've been plumbing contractors here along the Wasatch Front for 30 years. Shamrock Plumbing, they're the best. We all use them. You should too.
Technology has...
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find Butch and Lehigh on Starbase 182 around lunchtime.
Hey, Lehigh, what's up? You haven't been yourself lately. You seem a little under the weather. Here, I replicated you some lunch. This should put you back on your feet. It's your favorite.
Oh, plomeek soup?
No, macaroni and cheese with little hot dog bits in it. Man, you are sick. I'm taking you to the sick bay.
Are you sure that would be the logical thing to do?
Huh? Come on!
Very interesting.
What is it, Doc? What's wrong with Lehigh?
Elder Christiansen here is suffering from plateau.
Plateau? What on earth is that?
Not plateau. Plateau.
Oh.
The blood fever. It's not of Earth, my dear Butch. It's a Vulcan disorder. Lehigh here is in the early stages of Ponfar.
But, Doc, look at my companion. I mean, his ears aren't pointy. The blood sample you took from him was red, not green. He's not a Vulcan.
Have the two of you come in contact with any Vulcans recently?
Well, we met with that nice Ambassador Spock fella.
Was there anything unusual about this meeting?
No, we talked for a while. He mind-melded with Lehigh and then sent us packing like everybody else.
Mind-melded with a Vulcan? Oh, dear.
Well, he said it would be the fastest way for us to tell him about the gospel.
Now, what's this got to do with Lehigh losing his appetite and then resetting the environmental controls in our apartment up to Moab standard temperatures?
Ponfar is the Vulcan mating ritual. Unless the individual who's suffering from the blood fever gets to Vulcan in time, he will die.
I still don't understand how Lehigh contracted this blood fever thing anyway.
The Vulcan who did the mind meld must have transferred it into the Lehigh's mind during the meld. No matter how he contracted it, you must get to Vulcan within the next 72 hours or your companion will be dead.
Okay, Vulcan it is. Come on, Lehigh, we better get going.
But Vulcan isn't in our Tracton area. We're not supposed to go outside of this quadrant. You know the rules. Zone Leader Hansen would never approve of us making a personal visit to Vulcan.
Oh, to heck with Hansen. They can send us both home if they want to. I just want to make sure you go home breathing.
Will our elders get to Vulcan in time to save Lehigh? Will Zone Leader Hansen get them sent home for leaving the quadrant? Will Ambassador Spock apologize for giving Lehigh plateau? What is exactly in plomeek soup anyway? Tune in next time to hear Butch say...
Hold on, Lehigh. Just a couple more hours and we'll be on Vulcan. Vulcan.
Butch, wouldn't it be more logical to reduce our speed to warp 6 in order to make the best possible speed while reducing the stress on the dilithium crystals?
Oh.
On the next mind-melding episode of Space Elders!
All right, 7:19. Just a heads up, because you two were talking about The Crown yesterday. The next drop and the next stop set.
Yay!
The Crown.
Have you ever seen The Crown, Carrie?
No, I have not.
You'd like it, actually.
It's part of the drop.
It is addressed in
You
the
will
drop.
see. It's all addressed there. Everything is addressed. All right, so we got that coming up. Stand by for that. Right now, though, it's time for round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes, these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it will go up against the winner of round 2's voting. Yes, at 8:20, we do this again with 3 different candidates. We get a winner in that round or a winner in this round, and we take them both and we put them against each other for boner fight at 9:20 this morning is when you will decide boner of the day. So right now, pick your champion for round 1. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you'll vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
You know, you can see it right now at x96.com/live.
Over
right
there in
there.
the corner.
It's the Can't Buy It, Gotta Win It. Get your name on a fabulously long list for a Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Someday our offices will open to the public, and that's when the line will form, and everyone will say, is this a Georgia voting line? No, it's the line to get.
Here's boner candidate number 1. We've got some strange wiring here. A Salt Lake City landlord, who is also a registered sex offender, by the way, has been arrested and accused of placing hidden cameras in a house that he was renting to other people. Police believe that Larry S. Phillips, 69 years old, has secretly recorded at least 13 people over the past several years at his house and other properties that he owns, and possibly even at the University of Utah. Most of the videos are recordings of the male tenants living in the home at the time they were recorded. There are also videos of females, visitors, and even LDS missionaries, it says here.
They're a separate category from males and females.
Yeah, exactly. Even.
They are their own unique species.
Phillips was booked into the Salt Lake County Jail for investigation of 13 counts of voyeurism using electronic devices. The investigation began in July when 2 men who were renting separate rooms at the place on East St. Mary's Drive each found hidden cameras in their bedrooms that were designed to look like iPhone charger blocks, according to the police affidavit. On the face of the charger, directly above the USB port, which fully functions as a charger for any USB device, was a small camera lens. The cameras work by motion detection and both record video and audio files to a mini SD card, which is accessible from the back of the charger. The 2 renters showed police the hidden cameras and also some strange wiring that they had found in their private rooms. Phillips, who rented the rooms, also lived in the same house. Police had the two renters make up a story to tell Phillips as to why officers were in the house as detectives continued their investigation. And he has been arrested. Detectives have seized over 70 items of electronic evidence from the residence. Laptops, video recorders, cameras, more hidden cameras, SD cards, flash drives, and so forth and so on. Now, Mr. Phillips has told the police, I only have this stuff for security reasons. It's just for security.
I get no enjoyment from this at all.
None. Boner candidate number 1. We've got some strange wiring here. There's boner candidate number 2. There's plenty of evidence. I just don't know what it is. Congress could be in for a long, contentious day on Wednesday, tomorrow.
Ugh.
A dozen Republican senators and up to 100 House Republicans, which now include Utah Representative Chris Stewart and, of course, Burgess Owens, are poised to challenge the Electoral College vote when lawmakers convene in a joint session to confirm President-elect Joe Biden's 306 to 232 win. Vice President Mike Pence will preside over the session, where the envelopes from each state and the District of Columbia will be opened alphabetically and the votes will be tallied. If at least one member of the House objects in writing to a state's votes, senators will file out of the House chamber to so the bodies can debate the issue separately for 2 hours. Chris Stewart, our congressman, said if there's not a majority in either chamber to sustain these objections, so this could be a very long, divisive, and frustrating process. Stewart said he will not vote to certify the election. After serious thought and consideration, I doubt that. I will not vote to certify the election. I believe there are critical questions that need to be answered concerning our presidential election. Until we have resolved the issues surrounding voting irregularities, ballot integrity and security, and the implementation of state election laws, I cannot in good conscience hold the oath I took to... Now, I heard him talk about this.
Yeah.
And he said, so what is the evidence? There are all these court cases that have been thrown out. Those were all just on technicalities. They didn't even hear any evidence. They just said threw it out with, there's evidence.
Yeah.
There is evidence that needs to be presented. Well, what is that evidence?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure, but there is evidence.
No, you're told that there are evidence by people on the internet. All right?
If there was evidence, it would have been presented.
That's how you get things going. That's the law. You say, look, a crime was committed and here's proof. Well,
here's
there
what Stewart
you go.
says, Carrie.
Okay.
If anyone says there's no evidence, that's absolute nonsense. There's plenty of evidence about this.
Okay.
The question is there enough evidence to overturn the election?
No. Okay, show us the evidence, because every bit of evidence, I'm focusing on Georgia right now because the rest of the world is too. In every incident, that Secretary of State went out there yesterday and point by point went through that phone call and debunked each and everything and had receipts.
Yeah.
All right?
Boner candidate number 2. Well, there's plenty of evidence. I just don't know what it is. Chris Stewart. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. This is embarrassing to the human race.
Okay. Boner candidate number 3 for round 1, coming up after this big boy news and opinion window, brought to you by.
Check out Haster Games year-end clearance sales. Save big on board games, Magic, Dungeons & Dragons, and Pokemon. Don't miss the year-end clearance sale now at Haster Games. Shop online at hastergames.com or visit the store 6831 South State.
Mike Richards is the game show Jeopardy's executive producer. And he discussed the taping of the last 5 episodes that are airing this week that Alex Trebek filmed prior to his death from pancreatic cancer in November. He was an absolute warrior, Mr. Richards said on the Today Show, and what he was able to do by getting himself back to the set to tape those final episodes, it was Herculean. He was in enormous pain. He was 10 days away from dying. I didn't know that at the time, obviously, but... And you will not sense any of that in the episodes. Richards explained that Alex Trebek, who understood the importance of the show, was in the hospital the week before the episodes were filmed, but he was still adamant about not canceling them.
Mm-hmm.
He called me every day and said, Mike, I'm going to be fine. I'll be into tape. I was able to eat some Jell-O today.
Wow.
And I said, Alex, that's great, but that doesn't mean you're ready to host the last 5 episodes. You don't have to come in. He says, don't cancel. I'll be there. On the show that aired yesterday, Alex talked about the importance of togetherness that moved producers so much they all burst into applause on the show. It's interesting to me that Jeopardy is considered such a, and it is such a popular, iconic game show because it's really cut above most game shows just in terms of its intelligence and the kind of person you have to be on it.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at it, from a pop culture standpoint as well, which is a major part of our culture. That hour, Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune, is one of the most watched hours of television in the nation. I mean, we always talk about the prime time lineup, but it's Judge Judy, Jeopardy, and Wheel of Fortune. Those are the biggies in our pop culture. It's huge.
It's understandable to me that Wheel of Fortune is a very popular show because it's like pretty. It's really not that hard and kind of mindless. Anybody can play it, but not anybody can play Jeopardy. Very few people.
They have
can
a
play
very
Jeopardy.
strict vetting process. It's
And that's the great thing about quiz shows is that you can sit and play along in your head while you watch, and that's why they're engaging.
Prime Minister Boris Johnson announced yesterday a new national lockdown for England until at least mid-February to combat a fast-spreading new variant of the coronavirus, even as Britain ramped up its vaccination program by becoming the first nation to start using the shot developed by Oxford University and drug maker AstraZeneca. Johnson said people must stay at home, as they were ordered to do in the first wave of the pandemic in March, this time because the new virus variant is spreading in a frustrating and alarming way, he said. And apparently it's been detected here in the United States, too, in New York and other places. Here in Utah's number of COVID-19 cases has increased by 2,160. 4 more deaths reported, according to the Utah Department of Health. Utah lawmakers will once again try to significantly expand gun rights and further clamp down on the ability of local governments to put restrictions on firearms when the 2021 session gets underway later this month, because that's important.
Yeah, with all the things going on, this is what you're focusing on.
Representative Walt Brooks of St. George is reviving the constitutional carry bill, which would give any law-abiding Utahn the ability to carry a concealed weapon in public without a permit. Similar bills have met their demise over the past decade by veto or threatened vetoes from former Governor Gary Herbert. Brooks pushed his idea in the waning days of 2020, and it died without a committee debate. A lot of people don't understand that this bill won't allow someone who has a domestic violence case, if you're on drugs or if you have a DUI, to carry a concealed weapon.
Sure.
I think Carrie and I tell this story every time it comes up. We took a concealed carry permit class, which at the end of it, we were both like, I would like more training before I walk around with a gun. I would like to shoot a gun, actually. So I'm advocating for more training, not just get rid of it altogether and just anybody can carry a gun as long as you don't have a drug offense or
what. You're not American, are you?
Well, they keep using the term responsible gun owner, and to me, when I look at how many hours it took me to learn how to drive and pass that test versus what it took me to get a concealed carry, that's not a responsible gun owner.
Are you suggesting that you should have to have a license to carry a gun?
I don't think that's such a bad idea.
You guys are un-American. Friends and family members are mourning the loss of a man who was gunned down in the front of a Salt Lake convenience store where he worked. On Monday, Salt Lake police confirmed the victim's identity. Thompson Kamara was standing outside the Corner Stop store on Hampton Avenue, 12th South, at about 11:50 p.m. He went outside, and a gray Nissan Altima pulled up. A gunman got out of the vehicle and shot him dead. 7 to 10 shots, according to witnesses. No arrests have been made. He'd been working, Mr. Kamara had been working at the store, and he walked out to take a break. And the National Guard has been deployed in Washington, D.C., as fears of violence mount over protesting Joe Biden's victory as president.
Great.
Proud Boys and armed militia look to take to the streets on the 6th as Trump continues to challenge the election.
The head of the Proud Boys was arrested yesterday.
Yeah, he was arrested, but that's not going to stop them from moving. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser put in a request to have troops on the ground from Tuesday through Thursday as Congress meets to certify the election results.
You're a little bubbly, Bill.
I don't know what I can tell you about that.
I know. I'm just cutting in and out.
We'll restart during commercials.
Well, we still have to do boner candidate number 3.
Yes, and weather and traffic.
And they're related today. Fast-moving cold front making its way across northern Utah Tuesday morning. Drivers are urged to use caution. Some roadways are receiving rain and snow. Now, this whole storm is expected to clear out by noon, but you're going to see periods of snowfall on valley roads along the Wasatch Front in areas north of Point of the Mountain and in southern Utah County near Spanish Fork and Payson. Best chance of road snow, North Salt Lake will be likely early morning, most of the morning commute, and then it's going to clear up fairly quickly. So just be aware of that. In spite of all that, I have no accidents to tell you about. Unless you see something you want to share with friends of the program, you can text it 33986.
Here's boner candidate number 3. This is just embarrassing to the human race.
Yep.
Now remember, we had the story earlier. Los Angeles, ambulance drivers in Los Angeles told, look, if a person seems like they're not going to make it, don't bring them to the ICU. Just leave them home. We can't spare the room. We can't spare the oxygen. We're running out of oxygen to give people. So when anti-mask protesters aggressively approached shoppers at a Ralph's grocery store in Los Angeles' Century City neighborhood and then moved to the Westfield Mall nearby, there were minor altercations and the police had to be summoned. The protest, captured in a series of videos, took place, and the videos were live streamed by the protesters, the anti-maskers, took place as Los Angeles COVID cases soar, as safe at-home orders remain in effect. This thread of videos is embarrassing to the human race, said filmmaker Judd Apatow as he viewed them.
Mm-hmm.
Embarrassing to the human race. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Number 1, we've got some strange wiring in here. Salt Lake City landlord apparently putting hidden cameras in renters' bedrooms. Even Mormon missionaries apparently who rented these rooms and bathrooms. Boner candidate number 2, there's plenty of evidence. I just don't know what it is. Our representative, Chris Stewart, and Burgess Owens is along with him on this, claims that there's plenty of evidence to question the election results. And boner candidate number 3, this is embarrassing to the human race.
Okay, let's get to going here. He's more machine now than man. Thank you, Brett. Let's see, we've got, it's round 1 of your boners. Here we go. 1, 2, or 3. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against round 2. Round 2 at 8:20. 3 more, 3 different candidates. We'll take both of our winners. We'll put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That is when you will decide boner of the day with Boner Fight. So in order to do that, we got to get 2 champions. Pick one now from round 1. Send it forward, 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. Put that single digit in the message of a text. And then text that to 33986. It's one way to vote. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. It's another way to vote. They'll take your vote in the producer's booth in Salt Lake. Or you can go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting January 5, 2021, and vote there. You have only until the end of these messages to do so. This is round one. We'll get it to you. We'll have the winner for you after these messages. And now a message from the Department of Workforce Services.
It's a job fair coming up, and you can find out about it at jobs.utah.gov. The Department of Workforce Services is hosting this statewide virtual job fair. Now, it's on Thursday, this Thursday from 10 to 1. And the way you find out about it and register, and you've got to, I think you have to pre-register.
It's free. They just want you to register. And it's going to open up. There's over 100 different virtual booths you can visit. And this doesn't have to be in a job or career that you have any experience in. Maybe you want to change your career. Maybe you don't like what you've been doing. You want to try something else. This is a good opportunity to do that. Lots of places are hiring that you don't have to have any experience in at all. They will train you and pay you while they're training you.
Healthcare, construction, retail, transportation, banking, and more. Full and part-time and telecommuting positions are available. But pre-register. It's this Thursday. Go to jobs.utah.gov.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their bishop and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. We begin our drama at the Space Bus Depot in Provo as our fine young missionaries-to-be, Lehigh Christiansen and Leron Butch Jinson, arrive in Happy Valley and await transportation to the MTC.
Hi, I'm Lehigh Christiansen. Isn't this exciting?
Oh, is this your first time in a space bus depot?
No, I mean getting your mission call.
Well, it was either this or a stint in the Space Marines. This way I'm out in 2 years and my parents are still happy.
I've been waiting for this day since I was 8. I've been putting galactic credits into my missionary fund for the past 11 years.
Oh.
I can't wait to get into the field and start finding people to convert.
Wow, you sure are in the right place. Well, my folks promised me a new land speeder if I found some way to avoid getting sent home early.
Oh, looky, there's a droid over there holding a sign with my name on it.
Must be our escort to the MTC.
I am Decon 1. If you will follow me, I will show you to the MTC and get you settled into your quarters there.
Sure.
Yeah, whatever.
Later, we find our strapping young lads in the midst of their indoctrination. Butch has just been told that he will have Lehigh as his companion for the next 2 years.
Hey, wait a minute. 2 years with this guy?
You don't seem overly enthusiastic about the prospect of spending 2 years with me.
I'm not.
Well, I think it's a keen idea.
If you two are through, I would like to commence with your indoctrination. Here at the MTC, you will be given memory-enhancing implants. At the same time, a universal translating device will be placed inside your skull. You'll be outfitted with the latest in missionary technology, a laptop computer which contains the Bible, Book of Mormon, Pearl of Great Price, and the Doctrine and Covenants. It also serves as a holo projector to allow you to show your prospective converts those wonderful animated tales from the Book of Mormon, which have been loved by millions for centuries. You will also be issued a Mark 32 10-speed bicycle with hyperdrive and one of those cute luggage racks on the back. These bikes are capable of warp 9.3 and have a cruising radius of over 270 parsecs. You will be shown how to properly care for your hyperbike, and you will be responsible for its upkeep. Any questions?
Yeah. Implants? Like inside my head?
Yes.
Keen! When do we start?
Will Butch let the fine folks at the MTC put equipment in his head? Will Lehigh volunteer to do it for them if it'll get him into the field faster? Does the Mark 32 Hyperbike come with a luggage rack standard, or is it a dealer add-on? Tune in next time for the answers to these questions and to hear our elders say...
What you doing, Butch?
Reprogramming my name badge so that instead of Elder LaRon Jensen, it reads Butch.
I think the manual prohibits tampering with the MTC issue equipment.
I'm sure it does. Hey, you want to help me put some fender flares on my bike?
On our next kidney-wrenching episode of Space Elders.
That did not disappoint, Carrie Jackson. It had all of the elements.
I just thought it was brilliantly written. Let's see. Okay. We do have Nate on the phone, but let's award round one of your boner voting.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you by an episode of The Crown.
And Bill reconnecting as quickly as possible before we talk to Nate McDonald.
Didn't help.
No, it's worse.
Once.
It's worse. It's
Yes.
worse. Do it now while I read the sponsor. Check out Haster Games' year-end clearance sale. Save big on board games, Magic, Dungeons & Dragons, and Pokemon. Don't miss the year-end clearance sale going on now at Haster Games. Shop online at hastergames.com or visit the store 6831 South State.
Oh, this will take a few moments because he's got to shut off the machine and then start it back up again. And that takes about a minute and a half. So while we're waiting for that, we do have Nate McDonald coming up from the COVID task force on the way. A quick tip about face masks. They're not all the same size.
No.
Just so you know.
I hate... So I've ordered a bunch of them because I keep getting alerts like, oh, no, our mask is the best. We have the best mask. And you get some of them, and they get that gap on the side.
Yeah.
You put them on, and they pooch out.
How about this?
Boy, there is just something very wrong.
I'm not sure what to do about that.
Hmm.
And you're frozen on your camera also, so you're having some internet issues, it seems.
You're just max headrooming on the camera for me. But speak again. Tell me what...
Hello? I don't know...
Yeah, that's maybe you better restart your entire internet, your router.
Okay, I can do that.
All right.
Katie, maybe you can email us really quick.
Yeah, or text us the winner, and we'll take it from here.
Winner was number 2. Just letting everybody know.
Okay. All right.
That's Chris Stewart, by the way.
Chris Stewart is the winner.
Number 2. Have fun. Bye.
Okay.
Bye. Everything's kind of been thrown into the winner of round one is Chris Stewart. He now goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. Depends on how well he does up against candidates from round 2. Round 2 coming up at 8:20. 3 different candidates. Then we'll take both of those winners from each round, put them against each other at 9:20. That's when Boner of the Day is decided by you. Nate McDonald from the COVID task force here, and I was just talking about how...
The following is a sponsored feature.
Yes, thank you. How all masks are not the same size. Because, we have our really nice Radio from Hell masks, and I have several of them. And Sue noticed that she put one on and it was too big. And she goes, "That's strange because I thought that one had fit me." And I said, "Well, we have several of them, and
Yeah.
So and be careful when you order them like off of websites. People have seen this one that I have, my Star Trek red shirt one,
which is a good-looking mask.
Which was good-looking as I looked at it online, but this design is just not good for proper protection. It doesn't, come close enough to the sides.
I like the ones that have a little metal piece in the nose to kind of grip your nose better. Hey, Nate, how are you?
Hi, Nate.
I'm well. How are you two doing?
I'm good. I'm looking here at the information you sent over this morning, and the top of the list here is free COVID-19 testing has expanded across Utah. Can you tell people how that's working?
Yeah. So one of the things is we really wanted to get out ahead of with students returning back to school, both college and high school students, is how can we really get out in front of testing? Because that's really what sparked the huge increase in the fall as students return back to school, not being able to get ahead of people who have the virus, and that led to a lot of the spread. And so the more testing we have, the more we are able to determine and find out if you have the virus, and the more we're able to have people quarantine and isolate, which limits the spread. And so we stood up a lot of mobile testing units throughout the state, multiple spots throughout Salt Lake County. You got the Maverick Center, the Utah State Fair Park, one in Murray, one at Corner Canyon High School in Draper, also in Utah County and Davis County, and throughout the state, there's these mobile testing spots. Free testing, you can drive right up, get tested. Rapid testing where same day, and just helps us to be able to get out in front. And the hope is if we can identify more people who have it, that's going to slow the spread, and we won't see that huge spike that we saw as people returned to school in the fall with this right now here in January. So that's the hope of it right now.
Now, do you have to be symptomatic in order to get a test, or if you just have a suspicion that maybe you've been around somebody that has it, and even though you're asymptomatic, can you also get a test?
Absolutely. In fact, with these mobile testing units, you can just go get tested. Whether you've been around someone or not, or if you feel sick or if you don't feel sick, you just want to find out if you have it, you can just go get tested. They're not, when you go through the hospitals, they'll have a screening process, but these mobile testing units, they just want to test as many people as possible. So you can go to any one of these split spots. And if you go to the coronavirus.utah.gov website, you'll click on the testing, but look for the rapid testing mobile locations, and that will give you where those spots are.
And people have a lot of questions about the vaccine now. I was talking to my dad the other day, and he's like, I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of stuff online that they're not safe. I'm like, Dad, don't pay attention to that. Where can people get accurate information about the vaccine?
Yeah, again, go to coronavirus.utah.gov/vaccine, or just click on the vaccine button. And really, there's just a lot of good information there that it talks about how the clinical trials that were done to ensure that they're safe and they're effective. No steps were skipped for these vaccines, even though they came on quicker than usual. It doesn't do any good to have a vaccine come on board that's not effective. So they did not skip any steps. And honestly, it comes down to the benefits of getting the vaccine outweigh the risks of getting COVID-19.
Mm-hmm.
So
and a lot of the time, I blame the media for 50% of this. Oh, I'm not sure about the vaccine because of the way that they write headlines. There was a story, recently. It says, woman dies after receiving COVID vaccine. But of course, it takes 3 sentences into the story, and no one's going that far. 3 sentences into the story to find that it was something else that killed her.
Yeah,
she just happened to have the vaccine, and then
Yeah.
she died. And it's a headline writer somewhere sensationalizing things like that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, don't get me started about headline writing. Yeah, it really, we just hope people will, we need people to take it serious and get the right information. And so, come to coronavirus.utah.gov, hit the vaccine button, learn about it. Right now, we're vaccinating healthcare professionals. If you're a healthcare professional and you haven't gotten the vaccine, go get it. Please go get it. Contact either your employer or your local health department. If your employer isn't set up to do it, you can go right to your local health department, and we need you to get your vaccination. So
can you guys hear me now?
It's bad.
It's still bad. I don't know what's going on.
All right. Well,
yeah. Why don't we wait and
I won't say anything then.
Okay. Now, Nate, if you're not a healthcare provider, I know everybody has the question, when am I personally going to be able to get the vaccine? Is there a place where that rollout is explained, or where they can register for a vaccine so they get notified when they're eligible for it? How do they do that?
Yeah, again, go to that same spot on the coronavirus website, hit the vaccine button, and there is a distribution plan outlined there that will talk about exactly who's up, when the different phases, and then you can also subscribe to an email that you can get updates on it as well. And so we're still in the phase one, where we're prioritizing healthcare professionals, first responders, and then teachers. And then it will, as we move forward, we'll definitely be notifying the public.
All right. Well, Nate, thank you very much for all of that.
Thank you. And Carrie, I got to tell you, I introduced my kids to Star Trek over the weekend. So
I don't know if that'll be a good or bad thing for you. All right. Thank you, Nate.
Thanks, Nate.
You bet. We'll see you.
Talk to you later. Traffic, Gina.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised because we've had some weather issues this morning, and y'all remember how to drive in weather issues, because I have no accidents to tell you about. Let's see, we've got some winter driving conditions in the mountains, but not having serious problems with that. Just wet down here in the valley, so just be aware of that as you're leaving home for work or school this morning. And if you do see something you want to share with friends of the program, you can always text it to us, 33986.
All right. Let's see. We will take a break, and we will be back. We do have the 3-Bit Gamer segment coming up. Stand by for that. And let me see. Since we're having...
But Bill's been having some internet issues. Are you
Still
there
bad?
right now, Bill?
I'm still here. I just not speaking because is it still bad?
Yeah. Unfortunately.
I don't know what the hell I can do.
That's
Except
not
take a
good.
break. See you later.
We'll try to reconnect again, maybe.
Like I said, I would restart your router again,
I did.
and then also restart your equipment again.
Yeah, all right.
That's about all we can do. And call Dave in and see if he has any answers. Maybe he can look in the magic rack room and get that taken care of and see. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back. 3-Bit Gamer after the standby. Hoops Vision Correction. And Hoops wants to remind you that life isn't always about the big things. Sometimes it's the little things in the moment, like preparing or enjoying a delicious meal with someone you love, watching the leaves fall down, a nice hike in the sunshine. Well, you can see all of life's beautiful moments with the vision that you deserve. Vision from Hoops Vision. Now, this is something that I have done and my wife has done. I sent her in first because that's the kind of coward I am. No, honey, you check it out. But she says, come on, you're being silly. It's painless. It's easy. And true. You just lay down, zap, zap, sit back up, and they say, wait a few minutes, you're going to be fine. And you wind up walking right out with improved vision the next day. Hoops Vision specializes in advanced LASIK that's helped tens of thousands enjoy life without the hassles of glasses and contacts. Oh, I remember those days. So step into 2021 with the vision that you deserve. Schedule your VIP consultation at Hoops Vision today. That's 877-30-LASIK, or book online at hoopsvision.com. That's HOOPES vision.com.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! We join our elders as they pursue leads given them by Zone Leader Hansen. This episode finds elders Christiansen and Jensen trying to catch up to a rather well-known starship.
Captain, scanners show 2 small one-man craft closing fast.
Captain, they're hailing us.
Analysis, Mr. Spock.
Readings coming in now, sir. 2 single-occupant warp-capable 10-speed bikes.
Spock, enough with the details. Who are they?
There is a 99.7% probability they are LDS missionaries.
Mr. Sulu, go to red alert. Evasive maneuvers. Arm photon torpedoes.
Aye, Captain.
No good, Captain. They're still closing in on us. Mr. Sulu, ready phasers.
Phasers ready, sir.
Damn it, Jim. Don't you think that Starfleet would disapprove of you blasting away at unarmed missionaries?
As much as I hate to agree with the so-called doctor, I believe his logic is sound on this matter.
Don't bite me, you pointy-eared half-breed.
Bones, that's enough. Report, Mr. Sulu.
While you and the others were bickering about our strategy, we were boarded by the missionaries.
Mr. Sulu, where are they now?
Turbo lift number 7 en route to the bridge.
Hi, my name is Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
We're here to ask you if you've ever heard of our church, and if so, would you like to know more?
Spock, what does the computer have on these Mormons?
Fascinating, Captain. Church founded in the 19th century, has grown steadily since, preach a belief system involving an eternal afterlife, and encourage their members to abstain from drugs, including caffeine, gambling, and sex outside of marriage.
Elder Christiansen, is this accurate?
Yep, the pointy-eared half-breed is fairly accurate.
No sex outside of marriage. My God, how barbaric. We wouldn't be able to fill an entire hour of TV time if I didn't stop to have sex with green, large-breasted women with blue hair every week.
It would cause some difficulties for the riders, Captain.
Spock, see if you can sneak around behind them and use the Vulcan nerve pinch on them.
Excuse me, elders, but you seem to have some lint on the shoulders of your dark suits. Let me be of assistance.
Quick, put them on their bikes and beam them into deep space.
Could this be the end of our elders? Would Starfleet really frown upon firing photon torpedoes at missionaries? Why was Dr. McCoy always hanging out on the bridge when he should have been in sickbay? Find out the answers to these and other questions on the next nerve-pinching episode of Space Elders!
The best part about those are the 2 or 3 people laughing in the background of.
That's the thing with this quarantine protocols for talk shows. Colbert and Seth Meyers have figured out how to do it.
Yeah.
Where the rest of them just seem to be kind of flailing. And Kimmel's back in the studio, but with limited people. Kind of interesting. Anyway, all right. Is this a sponsored feature?
It's brought to you by the games and the people that love them. It's
Okay. 3-Bit Gamer segment. It's Jonathan Deasing. Hello there, Jonathan.
Hey, guys.
How are you?
Can you guys hear me
Not
now?
bad.
Hang on for Jonathan. Hang on for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. You're still a robot.
Are you talking?
I have no clue as to why this should be the case.
It's not as bad as it was.
Maybe try to participate now, and
yeah, we'll see what happens.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens.
Okay.
All right. So, of course, a 3-Bit Gamer show can be found on the Broadway Media Podcast Network, sparse as it is. What do we have going, Jonathan? What's this month here?
Oh, man. So I figured I'd just go through 2021 because this month is pretty dry. Usually January is a little dry. After the holidays, no one's launching big games. So I figured I'd do a skinny of all the big games we have coming up this year. There's a decent amount. I will just bang through them really fast.
Okay.
First one we got here is Far Cry 6. If you guys remember, Far Cry 5 was the one that was set in a fictional town in Montana, and there was the militia people that had taken over the town. And it made a bunch of people grouchy because, anyway. So this is the sequel to that. It is set on a fictional Caribbean island where you are playing as a guerrilla fighter working to overthrow the island's dictatorship. It's a classic Far Cry game, first-person shooter, just a crazy adventure. Next up, God of War. The latest God of War game that came out, it was technically the 4th God of War game, but it was just titled God of War. There is an upcoming sequel to that game. This will only be on PlayStation 5. This is the originals were set in the Greek pantheon of gods with this crazy guy that was just going through and killing all these Greek gods. Well, he finished off Zeus and he moved up north. Now he's going after the Norse gods. And the last game, he was fighting those. This one's cool. Apparently Thor's going to show up, so you get to kick Thor's ass. So that'll be fun.
I've always wanted that job. I've always wanted to do that.
Somebody has to do it, right? Wow. Next up, Halo Infinite. This is technically Halo 6. People have been waiting for this for a minute. It's had a really messy, kind of fraught development cycle. So people aren't it's been indefinitely delayed. Not just because of COVID, but because they screwed up so badly on it. So maybe wait on this one. Next up, I'm so excited about this one. You guys, this is called Hogwarts Legacy. They're developing it just down the road from Broadway, here in Utah, which is the coolest thing.
Really?
It's a Harry Potter role-playing game set in the late 1800s.
Wow.
In Hogwarts.
Oh, that'll be huge.
So cool. So you get to choose your house, you get to learn spells, you get to explore the world, go to Hogmees, go to Diagon Alley, do all this stuff, but in the 1800s. Oh. So instead of flying cars, they've got flying carriages, of course. It just looks awesome. This will be coming out later this year. They've been developing it in secret here for a while, and it's just the neatest looking game.
That will be huge.
It looks great. It seems like these days, after the Cyberpunk 2077 problem, I would think that game makers would be damn careful about rolling out a game before it's time.
Yes.
Even though Christmas is coming, because there's did you hear about the class action lawsuit?
Wait a minute, Christmas is coming?
Yeah.
No.
It's
always coming, Bill.
A game that you can't give a deadline to a game. It just has to be, it's ready when it's ready, because if you rush these things, it's terrible.
And the other thing I think is they haven't built up a ton of promise for it, other than saying it's Harry Potter, it's the 1800s, so everyone, no one's going to be let down by this because our expectations are pretty reasonable.
Are people familiar with this Harry Potter thing? Do they know what that is?
I think it's kind of niche and dorky, but I think there's enough people out there that it might have relative popularity.
So what's this next one?
Horizon Forbidden West. If you guys remember the game that came out a couple years ago, Horizon Zero Dawn, it was actually set in Utah. This is a game that's set in the far future where, you know, the classic trope, humans have wiped themselves out, and now there's like primitive tribal humans living in the future world within their remnants, and like they don't know any of our technology or how any of it works. That type of setup. Except there's robot dinosaurs, people, and you play as a young huntress of these dinosaurs, and you're exploring. In this game, you go from California all the way to, or you go from Utah, I'm sorry, all the way to California. So it's set in California.
It's
in
a
the
road
trailer,
movie.
there's like a really cool scene where you can see the Golden Gate Bridge all covered in like jungle, and it's just the two span towers. It's really cool. It looks really tight. It's cool to go through these old decrepit cities that look like jungles now. It's going to be dope. It's on PlayStation 5 only. And then we've got a couple more I'll bang through fast. Lord of the Rings Gollum is exactly what it sounds like. Is this a Lord of the Rings game in which you are playing as Gollum? I think it's probably going to try to fill in some of the gaps we know, like when he was in Mordor being tortured by Sauron. Like, we don't really know what was happening.
Is there a bonus level where you catch and eat raw fish? Is there?
I think that there's a big fishing mechanic. You have to feed Gollum constantly, and you're just eating juicy fish all the time. So this one looks fun. I don't know. This one I won't linger on too long. Amazon, after having failed, they launched a game called Crucible this year, and then in an unheard of move, unlaunched it. They just pulled it down and just canceled the game. Like, it came out, then they said, just kidding, pulled it all out, and called it a day. They redirected all those development resources to a new game. They're working on an MMO, a massive multiplayer online game, not unlike World of Warcraft, called New World. And I don't think anyone's holding their breath on this one.
Yeah.
And then
it's got such a creative name.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like they didn't even try. They're like, oh, okay, let's make a new World of Warcraft. What should we call it? They're like, you already said it, bro. You're halfway there. And then the last one is video game movies. There's a couple of video game movies that are coming out last year. I think this year, if you remember, Sonic, I believe, came out this year, as wild as that seems.
I know, right?
Or I guess in 2020. And in 2021, we have the Mortal Kombat movie and the Uncharted movie. Uncharted is a game that plays and feels a lot like oh my gosh, I'm blanking on Indiana Jones.
Kind of like a Tomb Raider, Indiana Jones kind of a feel to it. But
So
Tom Holland is starring in it in the movie.
Yeah, Tom Holland's going to play the main character, and Mark Wahlberg is going to play his like grouchy sidekick. It's a movie that they have been trying to get made for 12 years now.
Yeah.
So it could either be the best thing ever or just so terrible we all forget about it.
What's it called again?
It's called Uncharted.
Uncharted.
Yeah.
People like to call it Dude Raider because it's like Tomb Raider with a dude.
That's a perfect way to describe it. It really is.
Yep.
That's a perfect way to describe it. All right. Is that everything, Jonathan?
That's everything.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Guys.
And I think there already is a Mortal Kombat animated movie available right now.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah.
Am I still bubbly?
Two other versions. Not good.
All right.
Thanks,
Thank
Jonathan.
you, Jonathan. All right.
Am I still all bubbly?
Yeah, even worse now. Traffic. Katie, you need to send me the You Care spot. Traffic, Gina, please.
It crashed southbound Redwood Road, 35th South in West Valley. Right lanes are closed. Eastbound is also closed. Then up in Morgan, crash eastbound I-84, 2 miles east of Morgan. That's an issue. And let's see, Kearns Boulevard, Sidewinder Drive. This is up in Park City, Summit County. There's an accident there, but not much trouble down here in the valley. Things seem to be green as far as the cameras on the UDOT website. But what do you see? I don't know. You should text it to us, 33986.
All right.
Should I even try to tell you what the boners of the day are?
Well, you can try.
Well, here are the 3 candidates for round 2, and then I'm going to shut everything off and come back again. So, number 1, well, they don't get the vaccine because they shouldn't be working here. Number 2, those shots are going to mutate our DNA. And number 3, it's just a hobby.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back. Let's see. I still don't have that, Katie. I'm sorry.
You care about the air?
Did you email it to me?
It's about...
yeah. Round 2 of your boners coming up, along with Big Boy News and Opinnuendo. Stand by for all of that. Things were going so well for so long.
It's okay. You can do it on the other side.
I guess we're going to have to do it on the other side. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back. X96.
It's best question of the week. This is not complicated. You want to ask us something, you email it, and then we answer it. About pretty much anything you want. It's kind of like hello, yeah, what, but in email form. So send us your questions, radiofromhell@x96.com. Put best question or meh in the subject line, and we'll answer. And Katie has selected our best question for today.
I did. I think it's kind of cute. So this one comes from, doesn't say, I can't say their name, so it comes from Curtis. He says, last night my fiance's beloved cat of 18 years, Tigger, passed away with the Great Bale.
Oh.
Her favorite memories of the 10 years I had with her include basking in the sun on the freshly vacuumed carpet and all of these kinds of stuff. Says, my question is, what are some of your cherished memories with any of your dearly departed fur babies? Anything that makes you well up with tears or pride when you think of them?
Oh, gosh.
Now, I know all of us are animal owners and previous animal owners, so I thought it fit a good question.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's so my dog, Sadie Girl, who lived forever and ever and ever, and I said this at the time that she died. At the time she died, she was the longest relationship I had ever had with anybody. Like no human other than, like my family, have I had a relationship as long as, and dogs are, and I'm sure cats, for people that have them, are great because they love you no matter what. And, in that 17 years that I had her, I went through a lot during that time, and she helped me through some really bad stuff that was going on, because the dog is constant. Mm-hmm. They don't know that you've got stuff going on. Mm-hmm. And having that companion that loves you no matter what and is always there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't think of a specific instance, but my thought with her was, you helped me through some bad times, and you didn't even know you were doing that, but you did.
Mm-hmm.
We don't deserve dogs.
Mine was I did not know. When we first got Artie, I would come home, and if you go to x96.com/live, I'll show you the face that he would pull. I would come home from work, and he'd be, because he was there by himself, I would come home and he would be doing this. He would move his, he had the underbite already, but he would open his mouth and kind of back and forth like that,
But not make a noise?
Not making a noise. He would just go like that when I would come home. And I thought it was because he did something wrong, and he knew I was going to catch him, and he was like, this is his way of apologizing I thought that for a month.
Yeah.
And then I took Artie to the groomer, as I did every week, and our groomer, Tanya, who is the dog whisperer. I don't care what Cesar Milan says. She knows everything about dogs. And I told her, I said, he does this when I get home. And I showed her. She goes, oh, he's smiling at you. Oh. He's happy you're home.
My heart.
And I'm like, oh, my God, I feel so bad that I thought it was because I'd go, what did you do, buddy? What did you do? And then when
happy you were home.
And then when I also remember when his eyes got bad in his later years, we would put a toy on each stare so that because his depth perception was gone. And so that way he could see the toys, because the carpet's brown, and if it was dark,
it's hard
he couldn't
to tell.
see.
Yeah.
So he would see the toys, and that's where he knew where a step was. So we'd put a step on each one.
That's smart.
But
Katie, do you have one?
Smile.
Yeah, I do. So my very first dog that I ever personally owned was a little mentally challenged. I have a sore spot for a really big soft spot for like mentally challenged animals. But he just wasn't all there in the head. And when I got him, he was missing his 2 front teeth. and I always thought it was so weird. I named him Bosley because it was when the remake of Charlie's Angels had just kind of come out and it was really big at the time. And he ended up developing sundowner syndrome in his later years, where he kind of just forgot who he was as soon as about 2 o'clock hit. But yeah, it was kind of scary. But before all of that kind of hit, he was just a little dumb, and it was a cute dumb. But in my parents' backyard, they have a wood deck that sits about 6 inches off of the ground floor. And we called Bosley over. My sister and I were sitting outside hanging out in the sun, and we called Bosley over to come sit with us. And he gets right up to the edge of the wood, and his legs were not very strong, and he was very chunky because he kept stealing other dogs' foods. So he went to get up on the porch, slipped, and just face planted into the wood steps.
Oh.
That was probably the best thing I have, but I actually have his ashes in a little box that say he finally got his 2 front teeth.
Oh.
That's mine.
We get to round 2 of your boners and big boy news. You care about the air. Poor air
Don't
quality.
idle your car.
Poor air quality impacts everybody. It's bad for your health. Do I need to go further? It's bad for your health.
I don't know. I need more convincing,
All right.
Terry. Tell
How
me
about
what
our
else.
economy? How about
I
the
don't know.
environment? I'm sure there's a guy on YouTube who makes a compelling counter-argument, but experts of the Division of Air Quality tell us that when the inversion is in place, air pollution doubles daily. And the good thing is there are things that you can do to help. I mean, there's not one answer here. There's thousands of answers, and if we all get together and help on all of these, then we can make a significant change. Idling, as Gina said. Skip the trip, even better. I mean, telework like we're doing right now. Bike or walk, how crazy idea. Public transit, and use the Tier 3 fuel. Check to see if the gas station near you is dispensing that Tier 3 fuel. And watch for burning advisories. Just a few things that you can do. Go to UCAIR, that's UCAIR.org, for ways that you can help to improve the air. All right. Round 2 of your, Yeah?
Oh, I was just going to say, Bill's been having some technical difficulties this morning, so we'll muddle through somehow.
Yes, connectivity issues. But time for round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide with your votes, these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight, and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it will go up against the winner of round 1's voting. And, of course, we'll take both of these winners and put them against each other for Boner Fight at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. But right now, pick your champion for round 2 to send forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Well, Katie's starting a new list, brand new list, for maybe being able to receive a Radio from Hell tote bag. How about that?
Oh, nice. Okay.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, they don't get the vaccine. Well, it's because they shouldn't even be working there in the first place.
Huh?
Undocumented immigrants in Nebraska will not be eligible to receive COVID-19 vaccines, Governor Pete Ricketts announced on Monday. Ricketts asked... oh, there he is.
Am I back?
Well,
still not good?
Still not good.
You sound like a robot, which is kind of cool.
Well,
that was a robot sigh right there.
Oh, sad robot.
I really I don't know what to do about this. Everything else is working fine. I can see you. You're not jerky. It's just my voice, right?
No,
Yeah.
your camera is all jerky. too.
Camera's a little
That's what-
jerky. You're a little max headroom, but other than that, yeah. It's we reset everything on our end. I mean, and when I say our end, we mean at the headquarters.
So my voice is robot-y? Or
Yeah.
Yes. Do you want me to do this?
Yeah, we'll continue, and then I don't ask Dave if he can call me and we'll see if we can figure out something.
All right.
Undocumented immigrants in Nebraska will not be eligible to receive COVID-19 vaccines, Governor Pete Ricketts announced on Monday. Ricketts was asked at a press conference if undocumented persons would be included when vaccines become available to meatpacking plant workers. Quote, illegal immigrants are not permitted to work in those facilities, so I don't think that will be a problem, the governor replied without further explanation.
Quick side note. I know you say they're not allowed to work there, but believe me, the meatpacking owners that donate to your campaign do, in fact, hire these people. Okay?
Of course they do.
So now what?
And the virus doesn't know who's documented and who's not.
No,
the virus doesn't say, oh, well, I'm not going to infect that person. They're not documented.
You're not helping with this attitude. Every person who works in that plant, documented, undocumented, I don't want any qualifiers. They are a human being working in that plant. And the meatpacking plant should be fighting for that.
In
but
reality,
of course, that would
is,
mean they'd have to admit that they hire illegal people.
Exactly. That's part of the problem.
Yeah.
The issue is much more complicated as undocumented workers make up a large section of Nebraska's meatpacking industry, which is the largest in the U.S., with roughly 26,000 workers in total. According to recent data from the Migration Policy Institute, some 66% of the state's meatpacking workers are immigrants. Varying estimates suggest anywhere between 14% to almost all of them are undocumented. Throughout the pandemic, meatpacking plants have served as major hotspots for virus transmission. Workers spend hours standing shoulder to shoulder on a line in locker rooms that they change their clothes before and after shifts. And it's a meatpacking plant. It's cold, and guess what the virus likes?
Likes the cold, yeah.
It's perfect.
And there's just so many, these meatpacking plants have just been a center of COVID activity since the beginning. And because the CDC, they have these virus detectives, and they'll come out and they will make recommendations. And the recommendations they will release to you in this booklet, and it's like 25 pages long, and they say things like, here's what you should be doing. Well, then the Trump administration came along, softened the language. It says, here's what you should be doing if you can.
Yeah.
If you can.
Because regulations are so bad for business, these regulations.
Which gave the meatpacking plant leeway to not put in those restrictions that would help their workers, because God forbid. There's
they're
so
just
many
undocumented workers. We don't care if they get sick.
Yeah, there's so many layers here. It's just they are human beings that are in that building.
Yes.
They should be given the inoculation.
So boner candidate number one, well, they didn't get the vaccine because they shouldn't be working there in the first place. Boner candidate number two, them shots are going to mutate our DNA. Again, not helpful. Wisconsin pharmacist, convinced the world was, quote, crashing down, told police he tried to ruin hundreds of doses of coronavirus vaccine because he believed the shots would mutate people's DNA, according to documents released on Monday. Police in Grafton, about 20 miles north of Milwaukee, arrested an Aurora Health pharmacist. This is a pharmacist. This is someone that should know better, but he's kind of gone off the deep end. Steve Brandenburg, last week following an investigation into the 57 spoiled vials of the Moderna vaccine, which officials say contained enough doses to inoculate more than 500 people. Charges are pending. He believed they were unsafe, said District Attorney Adam Garold during a virtual hearing. He added that Brandenburg was upset because he and his wife are divorcing, and an employee said Brandenburg had been bringing a gun to work twice.
Oh, my.
A detective wrote in a probable cause statement that Brandenburg, 46, is an admitted conspiracy theorist. I am a conspiracy theorist and pharmacist. And told investigators he intentionally tried to ruin the vaccine because it could hurt people by changing their DNA. Misinformation around COVID-19 vaccines has surged online with false claims circulating on everything from the vaccine's ingredients, no, it's not babies, to possible side effects. It does not alter your DNA.
And the side effects that are being reported are minuscule compared to the numbers of shots that have been administered.
Well, and there are always side effects for people that have, the flu vaccine or the meat. There's some people just have side effects, but the greater good is get as many people vaccinated as possible.
And the latest little bit of fun going around is they have a schematic for the microchip that's inside the vaccine. Here's a schematic for it, right? Well, they looked up that schematic. It's from a Fender guitar pedal.
It's a joke.
I'm not kidding. This is what is being passed around as fact on your Facebook, your Instagram.
Brandenburg admitted he deliberately removed the vials from refrigeration at the Grafton Medical Center overnight on December 24th into 25th, and then returned them, and then pulled them out again on December 25th on Saturday. The pharmacy technician a pharmacy technician discovered the vials outside the refrigerator on December 26th. Brandenburg initially said he'd removed the vials to access other items and inadvertently failed to put them back. Moderna vaccine is viable for 12 hours outside refrigeration, so workers use the vaccine to inoculate 57 people before discarding the rest. So there were people that were inoculated with this vaccine that had been left out of refrigeration. So if it had not been discovered that he had done this, those people would have falsely believed that they were protected.
Well, and that's what and that's kind of what he wanted.
Yeah.
He wanted people to go on the media and say, I got the shot, but I got it anyway. See, it doesn't work. And the thought process, it just baffles me. Anyway, sorry.
This is another part of it with his wife. So he thinks the world is ending. Before he was arrested for the vaccine tampering, he stopped off at his wife's house and dropped off a water purifier and 2 30-day supplies of food, telling her, quote, "The world is going to crash down and she's in denial. The government's planning cyber attacks and it's going to shut down the power grid," he said.
But isn't it your guy, and is the president, is he the one who's going to do it? I
don't know.
No, it's the deep state. That's
right.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, sure.
So that's boner candidate number 2. Yeah, those shots are going to mutate our DNA. No, they're not.
What the internet is doing to our world today that scares me more than any nuke or any. All right.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. It's just a hobby.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, big boy news and opinioendo, brought to you by
Bill's Internet. It's not working. That's what it's brought to you. Breaking news. This just in.
Okay.
Bond girl, That 70s Show, and Sheena, Queen of the Jungle actress Tanya Roberts, has died at 65.
You mean it this time?
This is 24 hours after her rep prematurely said she passed away. Now apparently she has actually passed away. Tanya Roberts.
Now this is bad news for Bill, because he claimed her on his Deadpool prematurely yesterday when he heard that she was not completely dead, only mostly dead.
Mostly dead.
And he said, okay, I want her on my list, because he had faith that she would hang on till at least Friday when we finalize our lists and hand them in to Frank Christ officially. So what I think this means is that he can't have Tanya Roberts on his Deadpool. Oh, yeah, we're talking about our celebrity Deadpool, sorry.
Which
folks.
is the most horrible thing we do on this show,
It
by
is.
the way.
Which means he's going to have to remove Tanya Roberts, which would have been a great get, a lot of points there, for Larry King, I think he claimed.
Bond girl Tanya Roberts has died just 24 hours after her rep prematurely said she passed away while fighting for her life in the ICU. Obituaries for the 65-year-old former Charlie's Angels star were published across the world on Monday after her agent incorrectly informed the media that she had died at Cedars-Sinai Hospital in Los Angeles on Sunday. But in an emotional interview the following afternoon, Her partner, Lance O'Brien, broke down in tears and said he received a call from the hospital. "Now you're telling me she's alive again?" he said. Sobbing, he told the interviewers, "The hospital says she's alive. They're calling me from the ICU team." Roberts was suffering from an unspecified illness which had caused liver and kidney failure. So now, I guess, it's...
Although the chat room is disputing you now, saying here's a current link that says she's still alive. I don't think that link has been updated, frankly. I think that
this just came through the last 5-10 minutes. So.
I think your info is up to speed.
Now Larry King, on the other hand, not dead, actually getting better, it seems, reportedly moved out of ICU at California Hospital where he's undergoing treatment for COVID-19. King is 87 years old, and he's been hospitalized at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles for more than 10 days, moved from the ICU unit on Sunday, a source close to the family told NBC. Former CNN talk show host believes he contracted the potentially deadly bug from a healthcare worker who went to his home, a source said. Additionally, one of King's sons also infected with the virus. News about King's bout with coronavirus came to light over the weekend. Hospital safety protocols have prevented King's family members from being able to visit him. He has faced a host of medical issues in the past, including heart attack, stroke, prostate and lung cancer, and diabetes, and now COVID. And he's
a good bet for 2021, but he's only how many points? He's 97?
He's 87. So
he's 87. Okay, well, that's not bad. That's over 10 points. Anything over 10 is a good get.
Now, this is very exciting, titillating news, Kerry Jackson.
Okay.
Olivia Wilde.
Yes.
36 years old.
No, I'm not happy about this at all.
You're not?
But go ahead.
Moves on from Jason Sudeikis. They have a couple kids together. Otis, 6. Daisy, 4. Mm-hmm. They've been together since 2011, and they broke up earlier this year. Well, Olivia Wilde has been seen holding hands at a friend's wedding over the weekend. Which, why are you going to a friend's wedding, Olivia Wilde? Why is anyone having a wedding? No weddings.
Exactly. That's one of the problems that I had with this whole thing.
Done with the weddings. Oh, no, we were safe. We wore masks. We were all really, really good. We all got tested. Just don't. That's a tangent. I'm sorry. Olivia Wilde has a new boyfriend.
Already?
He's 26 years old. It's Harry Styles.
This is just...
You're not okay with this?
I'm not okay with this.
Why?
She went from Ted Lasso. And from all accounts, Jason Sudeikis is a decent guy.
I think so.
What happened here? And now she's dating Harry Styles.
I like Harry. I think he's adorable.
Well, first of all, I think Olivia Wilde can do better.
You think she can do better than Harry Styles?
I like to think of her as a miniature Charlize Theron, and you know how high regards I hold Charlize Theron.
I know you do.
So I just think that she's making a mistake here.
Okay, well,
I hope she comes to her senses and goes back home to Jason Sudeikis and her family.
Let's see. Do you have time for one more? Or
one more quickie.
Let's see. Sorry, Game of Thrones. There's one dubious championship you no longer rule. When its run ended, so did its long reign as the most pirated show on television. According to Entertainment Weekly, that honor now goes to The Mandalorian. Disney Plus's first Star Wars show is the crown jewel in its streaming empire. People were not only about illegally obtaining Baby Yoda. So how do you illegally obtain it? Isn't that just mean borrowing your friend's Disney Plus password?
No, that doesn't even count as piracy. It's all the internet, Gina. It's all your pirate sites and all that. They'll take it and they'll pull it off of someone's Disney Plus account and throw it out on the internet in complete series. But can you blame them with this season? This season was kick ass. It was a great season. So most pirated. It deserves that title. All right, sports, weather, traffic.
You want me to do that too? The Jazz are playing the Nets tonight. That's all I know for sports. 5:30 is that game. Weather, So the storm coming through this morning, and we'll be petering out by this afternoon. And it's a warm storm. We'll have a 40 for a high today, which means rain in the valleys, snow in the mountains. But it will be mostly clear by this afternoon into Tuesday night. Next chance of snow will be Thursday, about a 20% chance then. But we're pretty warm all week. Highs are going to be in the low 40s, overnight lows in the 20s. Traffic, let me refresh this quickly. And
Could I speak to you?
Hi, Bill.
Any better?
Well, talk more than that.
Well, I don't know what else to say. Where are we? Did we do the boner candidates?
We're about to do candidate number 3.
Ah, okay. And can you hear me okay without being too robotic?
You're mighty robotic.
Don't know what to... I guess that I just won't do the rest of the show. I don't know what to...
Well, don't... Hang on. Let me do a little traffic here, and then... crash westbound Canyon Road at Harrison Boulevard in Ogden. That is off to the right shoulder. And let's see. That's it. We've had very light traffic and not a lot of accidents this morning for people dealing with weather. Maybe everybody's playing by the rules, it would seem. So that's traffic.
All right. Let's go to boner candidate number 3 for round 2.
It's just a hobby. Let's see. Springville man charged with collecting rattlesnakes in Arizona and bringing them to Utah.
Well, we don't need any imported rattlesnakes. I mean, I think that our homegrown Utah snakes are just fine.
It's the guy's hobby, Gary. He collects rattlesnakes.
35-year-old man was charged in Springville Justice Court with 3 counts of taking, transferring, selling, or purchasing wildlife. It's a Class B misdemeanor. According to a search warrant affidavit filed in 4th District Court, the man went to Arizona in September for the purpose of collecting reptiles. He didn't go there, to visit his sister. He went there solely to collect reptiles. He brought back to his home a black-tailed rattlesnake and a tiger rattlesnake. Investigators in the warrant noted that, quote, it is illegal to import, collect, or take or possess any specialized category in the state of Utah. That is all venomous snakes classified as prohibited. The warrant was served in the man's home in November, where he lives with his children. Bring your rattlesnakes into the house with your children. They seized a western diamondback rattlesnake, a black-tailed rattlesnake, a sidewinder also. Boner candidate number 3.
It's quite a collection.
It's just a hobby.
All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, they don't get the vaccine because, I shouldn't be working there in the first place. This is Nebraska governor, the governor, saying that meatpacking plant workers who may or may not be undocumented persons, they won't be included when the vaccines become available because, they shouldn't be working there in the first place. Boner candidate number 2, those shots are going to mutate our DNA. No, they're not. This is a crazy conspiracy theorist / pharmacist in Wisconsin who purposely removed vaccines from refrigeration and left them out overnight and then put them back and took them out, hoping nobody would notice. 57 people were inoculated with that not viable vaccine because of what he did. And you just heard boner candidate number 3. It's just a hobby.
All right. Let's get to voting for round 2. Here we go. These 3 stories. You've got to decide, of these 3, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Because you'll see, if it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. It will have to win here and then go and wait in Boner Dome for the winner of round 1 to show up. We did round 1 an hour ago. But we'll take both of the winners. Put them against each other at 9:20 this morning is when you will decide boner of the day for real with Boner Fight. Right now, pick your champion for round 2. All right? 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win, and put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Easy peasy. Or you can call the producer's booth. Use your voice to vote. It's 877-602-9696. Or go online. X96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting July 5th, 2021, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It'll appear. You have until the end of these messages to get your vote in, and then we'll do the winner right after these. X96.
Now, I got a DM'd by Chainsaw Guy because he's right outside. You might be able to hear chainsaws and beeping and worker guys outside my house chopping up trees. And he said, I'm right. He said, can I come in for a drink? I'm thirsty. Don't worry, I'll wear my mask. And if you guys don't mind if I bring him in for a minute. Just he wanted to say hi.
Well,
okay.
Is it safe? I mean,
well, can I see him? Where is he?
All right.
Go to x96.com/live. You can
I can't see him. Where is he?
He's right there.
What? Oh, there he is. He's apparently at Carrie's.
How can you tell with the split screen technology?
I'm not. Wait a minute.
He's in my house. That's Chainsaw
Is that your
Guy
house?
At my house. Yeah, sure.
Sure, as far as you know.
Okay.
Hi, Chainsaw Guy.
There. I'll bet he's been really busy, haven't you, Chainsaw Guy?
Yes, I have.
Wait a minute.
There you go.
That's right. I've been really, really busy. You know, people have been calling me all the time about, they say, hey, Chainsaw Guy, a bunch of trees came down in the big windstorm. What should I do? And I say, well, you just get a chainsaw. You know?
Well, it seems pretty easy, doesn't it?
What I did, I just got a chainsaw, yeah?
You know what I do? I call somebody who owns a chainsaw. I call a friend who has a chainsaw and have them come over and do it for me.
That's right. And don't call me, though. I'm too busy. I'm as busy as a one-armed paper hanger. As a one-legged tap dancer. I don't know.
Do you have your chainsaw handy there, Chainsaw Guy?
I don't know. Do I? I'm not sure if I do or not.
Because I have a question for you.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's... Okay, so if you ask a question, maybe I'll fire up my chainsaw.
Okay.
What's your question, Gina?
Well, Chainsaw Guy, I have this really big tree that fell down in the windstorm yesterday, and it's blocking the road in front of my house, and I can't get out to get the mail. Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, it's pretty simple. All you can do is you do it first, and you get your away. And then you take a higher cloud, and then you wear the cover. And now the way you breathe, and you come around over here, and then you take it down. And then, if you can't get in them, and then you grab it down, and you grab it out there, and you say, "Shiver! Shiver!" And then, you turn it around, and then everything is all right.
Oh, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. That's very helpful.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
Chainsaw Guy, I'm just curious because, I don't think it's safe that you be in the house, a stranger's house, because your mask has holes in it.
Well, I'm not contagious, honest. Honest.
You're dangerous in other ways, aren't you?
That's just sawdust. That's all that is.
That's just sawdust. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's here.
You better get back to work, I think, Chainsaw Guy.
Is he gone?
Yes, he just left.
Okay, good.
Yay, thank you.
God, the things we do for you, Gina.
I don't know what.
That was elaborate.
It was.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
It's very important.
Yeah.
To getting the trees cleaned up.
Mm-hmm. Well.
No, it's not Halloween already. That just depresses me.
There's not going to be any trick-or-treating this year, is there?
No.
I'm not going to participate in any. No. I usually have candy and comic books for the kids, but no, I don't want you coming to my house. I'm sorry. This is not happening. In Los Angeles, it's funny because Los Angeles initially announced no trick-or-treating. Mm-hmm. And then they had to walk that back because they realized
why?
I don't know. I think they caught a lot of flack for it, and they said now we're saying it's discouraged. Trick-or-treating is discouraged.
Yeah, because see, Gina, before they were saying we're going to station snipers around the city and shoot people who are trick or treating, but now they had to walk that back. They had to walk that back a little.
Right now, and it is time for the winner of round 2's boner voting.
And it's brought to you in part by my daughter for her birthday dinner. She wanted chicken noodle soup from Porcupine. That she could have anything she wanted. That's what she wanted, and it's delicious. I love their chicken noodle soup. And make sure your furnace is ready and stays ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for just $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE. Well, boner candidate number 1 was, well, they don't get the vaccine because they shouldn't be working there in the first place. Undocumented immigrants in Nebraska will not be eligible to receive COVID-19 vaccines, said Governor Pete Ricketts, because, well, they shouldn't be working there anyway. That doesn't make any sense. No. Boner candidate number 2, those shots are going to mutate our DNA. No, they're not. This is a Wisconsin pharmacist / conspiracy therapist who was convinced the world was crashing down, told police he tried to ruin hundreds of doses of coronavirus vaccine because he believed the shots would mutate people's DNA. They don't. Quit passing that around. That doesn't happen. It's not a thing. And boner candidate number 3, it's just a hobby. This is a Springville man who was recently charged with collecting rattlesnakes in Arizona and bringing them back to his home in Utah, which he shared with children. Those were the 3. I don't have the winner, but I think Katie
I do. It looks like Sherry won the tote bag. And, of course, winner is number 2.
Number 2. There you go. That is now heading forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. Depends on how well it does against the winner of round 1. We'll find out at 9:20. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day with Boner Fights. All right. Heavy question was teased yesterday, and now let's get into all of the sordid details, Katie.
This is the disclaimer. This could be unsettling for some people.
Right.
So
we have been warned.
Sensitive folks.
It couldn't be worse than Utah Word of the Day, though. It can't be worse than that.
We'll see.
Hello, sailor boy!
So my dear son Festus, he's in Navy A school.
Okay.
He's going to be a corpsman. He's going to be a medic. And he came home for Christmas, not in my house, was not allowed in my house. We spent Christmas outside in the cold the time he was here. But I was getting caught up on what he's doing in school. And he's doing great, by the way.
Oh, good.
He's top 5 in his class.
So you learned to tie any knots yet?
Sailor
knots?
That's part of it.
How does he compare to the rest of them as far as height and weight percentile?
He's very tall, and he's very thin. Although he's buffed out a little bit, being in the Navy.
Probably, yeah.
So we were talking about what comes next. So he graduates probably in, like, April. And then he'll be assigned a new station, and he'll move. But he said there's an opportunity after you graduate to do additional training, which can get you a better placement, which can get you more money.
Let me ask you what. So if he just graduates and doesn't do this additional training, what will he be doing?
He'll be actually he's doing a dental specialty, so he'll be assisting dentists
Be looking in people's mouths and up their noses.
I mean,
okay.
But he said if I take advantage of this additional training, it could help. And I said, well, what kind of things can you do? He's like, well, you can do additional phlebotomy training. So learn how to
blood
take
drawing,
blood and stuff like that. I said, well, that would be helpful in you going on. And he said, there's something else though that's an option.
An option, okay.
I don't know if I want to do it or not, but it's an option. And I found an article about it, and I'm going to read you this article.
Okay.
Here's the headline of the article. The most intense military medical training no one talks about.
Oh.
It's no secret that the military...
Should we talk about it here?
Well, it's...
Is this secrets? Is this...
I don't know. You just said no one
know.
talks. Maybe we shouldn't be doing this.
Well, no, someone should talk about it.
Okay.
And I have to tell you, when he told me this... you know the kombucha lady's face? You know her? I was kind of doing that with this because it's fascinating, but it's horrible.
Mm-hmm.
It's no secret the military trains the way they fight, which is pretty hardcore. Marines and sailors train in terrible heat, rough terrain to prepare them to face the enemy in harsh conditions like in Afghanistan. But this training... for medical professionals getting ready for bloody working conditions overseas, some troops opt to be sent to live tissue training, where they must keep wounded pigs alive for hours or fail the course. The animals are chosen specifically due to their tissue similarities to humans.
To people, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So they purposefully wound a pig.
Whose job is it to blow up the pigs today?
I don't know.
Who's going to shoot the pigs today?
And once at the training ground, troops gear up for full battle. They are placed, the animals are highly anesthetized before this happens. They are wounded. Then the medics have to carry their patient on a stretcher. It's like battle training. And they have to treat their patient. If the animal dies in the process, the student fails the class. The way you pass the class is saving the animal's life.
I have only one question about this so far. Who gets the bacon?
Well, that was a serious question I had, is what happens to that perfectly fine pig.
Yeah.
I don't imagine they'd be eating it because part of saving its life might include administering medicines to it. So I don't think anybody's going to be eating it.
Now, compared to a computer simulator, the pig lab, as many people refer to it, puts actual life in the student's hands, forcing them to think on their toes and keep the patient alive.
It's a pig lab, Jerry.
And as he's telling me this, I am really having that's horrible, but also, how else do you get that? There's no simulation you can do that replaces. There's a live thing here that I have to keep alive. How do I do that? Am I doing the things right that will keep this alive?
I'm surprised in the Trump administration they haven't proposed using prisoners at Guantanamo for this.
Now, as you might expect, PETA is none too happy with this training.
Yeah, well, wait till if you're in PETA, wait till one of you gets wounded in battle if you're a member of PETA.
But, and I said, well, are you going to do it? And he said, I don't know, I haven't decided. Because I think he's a little like, I don't know if I can
wouldn't do it.
But you can also see, well, how else do you get that training? This isn't like medical school, like, in civilian life where you can go work in a hospital and work in an emergency room and work beside doctors that, or have these sort of live patients coming in that you can observe. This is different.
It's like that, I don't know, they're just all those bizarre things. And I can't think of the name of the woman who writes those books. Gina, you know the books about Bonk and...
Oh, Mary Roach.
Oh,
Yeah, and she talks. I read the one where she talks about cadavers and all of that.
Yeah.
She went to this medical school, and she walks into this room, and there are like 12 human heads on stands. Well, for plastic surgeons to do eye lifts and stuff like that. It's weird.
All right. Well, it says here's a text. We did the same thing when I was in military training. It's amazing training. Also, very few of the pigs live. It's not based on pass-fail. If he's going to try to be a dentist, there is little to no chance that he'll see any actual battle.
Yeah.
So maybe not do the training.
So maybe not do that.
I mean, if that's really what he wants to do.
Yeah, there's no frontline battle dentistry.
Quick. Root canal.
Shells
quick.
are exploding all around me, bullets whizzing over my head, and I have to fill a cavity. Not a lot of that.
No.
So, I wouldn't do it.
Ooh, I don't know. I'm not going to weigh in.
I would get just as oogie being a dentist too, though.
Yeah, I don't want to be.
Every time I go to Dr. Carroll and he's working on I think he's also looking up my nose.
Yeah, of course.
Well, that's why I always take precautions before I go.
Yeah.
Nice thorough
waxing before
trimming.
You go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I
don't know. Yeah.
He hasn't decided yet.
No.
Let us know.
I will. I'll keep you.
And I want to know who gets the bacon.
And tell him I want an autograph from Peppa.
Hello, sailor boy.
All right. Okay. It's 8:59. Tuesday Tunes with Todd coming up. Stand by for that. All on the way. Also, boner of the day. Stand by for all of that. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air. If you're feeling the chill, well, it's because it's January.
Thanks for the info, Carrie.
I don't know if you knew that. But we want you to stay warm with help from Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. You can make sure your furnace is, and important, stays ready for winter. Because, it may be doing fine right now, but you haven't had it looked at for years.
Yeah, there may be trouble lurking in the background that is only going to show its head at 3 o'clock in the morning when it's 10 degrees outside.
Yeah, admit it. You turned it on recently, and that burning smell made you go, I should have it looked at, but you didn't, did you?
There's a $39 furnace tune-up from Scott Hale that they're offering right now for the first of the year, and you just have to call them. 801-264-HALE is how you get a hold of Scott Hale.
And if they do find something that needs to be repaired, Scott Hale is taking $100 off any $300 repair. So just go and talk to them. Their phone number is 801-264-HALE, H-A-L-E. So 801-264-HALE, Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
There, you've reached the offices of Carrie and me, Bill, the Radio from Hell guys. And if you have anything to say to us, we're not picking up, so wait for the beep.
All right, punch in the code.
We should change that message.
Yeah, tell it what we want to do. It'll rewind and play back our
anybody's
messages.
called me.
All right, let's see.
Oh, there's one.
Hello, Bill. It's me, your mother.
My mom.
Now,
Hi, Mom.
you know that I don't mind you staying here at the house with me and your father,
Thanks,
but
Mom.
you've got to stop hiding the cat.
What?
Bill, if you're there, you'd better pick up. Bill?
Are you hiding?
Where did you put that damn cat? You little bastard, where did you hide my cat?
Would you give her back her cat?
Carrie, this is Bill. And because you refuse to talk with any of your family or friends about this,
don't
they've
listen to
asked
this one.
me to be their spokesman.
Well,
and because you won't talk to me about it face to face, I'll do it here on the answering
Why?
machine.
I forgot
Carrie,
this.
please, don't have the surgery.
Oh, come on.
Think about it. We're not talking about something that's temporary. This is major surgery.
Don't do
Once
it.
you have this done, you can't go back to the way you were.
This is
It's forever.
nobody's business
Please,
but mine.
If you
all
won't
right?
listen to us, please talk to your therapist about it.
I already
do
don't
it.
have the surgery.
Would you just
Bye.
look? This is
I'm
none of you
sorry
guys.
that was on the air, but
None of you guys' business.
Hello?
hey, it's my dad.
Bill? It's me,
That's Warren.
Warren.
Yes.
I'm your father.
Father. Yeah.
Now, I know I don't talk very much,
but I'd like to say that I'm really grateful that you've done something with your mother's
Cat.
I really don't care for that
Cat. He doesn't like the
It's
cat.
always trying to sleep on my face and suck my breath out.
That's true, actually.
What he's eating there, jeez.
Hello, this is Dr. Stevenson's office calling for Carrie Jackson.
Oh.
Mr. Jackson, I called to tell you that OR has been scheduled for your surgery.
Oh, good.
The operation will be January 23rd. That's a Monday.
Hey, come on,
Report to
Carrie.
hospital check-in at 12 noon.
12 noon.
Surgery is scheduled for 2:30 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Your estimated hospital recovery time will be about a week,
You're a
depending on
dope.
how fast you
Hey,
heal.
shut up,
If you
all
have
right?
any questions, please call us
You're
here
a
at the
dope
doctor's
to do
office.
it. This
Thank
is
you.
nobody's business but mine.
You're a dope
all
to
right?
do it.
Hello, Mr. Allred. This is Bob Appleby, head of product research and development for the Loveco Cosmetics Company.
Are you selling
We'd
cos-
like to thank you for the donation of the fine cat. Thanks to you and your generosity, we'll be able to test a new line of mascara that will at last be safe and non-toxic on human eyes.
You gave the cat-
As a token of our appreciation, we're sending you a year's
What?
supply of Loveco lipsticks in assorted colors and flavors.
You gave
Thanks again for your support.
your mother's cat?
A year's supply of lipstick. Cool. That's great.
Harry, hi, this is Miss Miller, your psychiatrist.
Oh.
You missed your appointment yesterday, so
I
I
know.
wanted to call you and tell you I think you're making a big mistake.
Told you.
Do
Look.
not go through with the surgery.
Look. Told ya.
I know your hero is Captain Kirk. I know how much you admire Captain Kirk. But for the love of God, having plastic surgery to make you look like Captain Kirk is psychotic.
Told ya.
Don't have the surgery.
Told ya. You-
Call me at the office as soon as you get this. Thanks.
You people say...
She's a paid professional.
That's all the messages.
I don't think we should do this again.
I think you're right.
No pee breaks, people. No pee breaks.
Oh, good.
No pee breaks because
Tuesday turns retard on X96. Van from hell.
Todd is here.
Hi, Todd.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here for 2021 because everything's instantly better.
It is.
Really? What do you mean it is, Gina? That's Gina. It is.
Everything's great. Everything's
No,
fine.
Stop a second, Gina, and think. Is it really?
No.
No.
These are just numbers.
We'll get there.
Well, as I was saying yesterday, is I think that you need to plan on 6 more months of this. Just say 6 more months of this. And then at the end of that 6 months, when somebody says, maybe 2 more months, you'll go, okay.
It won't sound so bad if it's
not so
2 more
bad.
months.
Not so bad. But certainly 7 to 8 months.
Or 10.
I remember when I was thinking that, Memorial Day, everything will be just fine.
Yeah, I remember
Really?
that too.
That was, that's what I really thought. I thought, well, by then things will get back to shape. But here we are.
But you know, one thing,
what?
one
There's
constant remains. Tuesday tunes with Todd.
Yes.
This will survive the apocalypse. I'm telling you, this radio feature right here. When Tuesday Tunes goes away, you'll know the world has ended.
Well, it's because, Todd, people love to hear new music. They love the new music.
That's right. We got your fresh new music. And when you think of the state of Vermont, all right, I don't know that the first thing that comes to mind is emo punk rock.
No, syrup. Syrup. Is the
Syrup,
first
right?
thing. Yeah.
Emo punk is
seems
not
like
what I think of with Vermont. Vermont's for lovers.
No, that's
It
Virginia.
is for lovers.
Oh,
and
is that
it's,
Virginia?
Okay. Syrup and Moonlight. And,
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
It seems like a very peaceful place. But anyway, this kid, Joe Mullerin, performs under the name Nothing Nowhere. And this is coming out. He's got an album on the way on February 19th called Trauma Factory. And I kind of stumbled across this stuff during the break from the holidays. But the album's coming out, and it's a pretty cool new song. It's called Fake Friend, and it really does have that like early 2000s emo punk vibe to it.
All right. Mm-hmm. Well, then let's get to it. Tuesday Tunes with Todd. It's Nothing Nowhere, and the song is Fake Friend, X96. We have late-breaking news from the nursery. Mikkel is on the line. Hello, Mikkel.
Mikkel.
This is Gina's sister, Mikkel.
Hello?
Good morning. Good morning.
Are you at the hospital, Mikkel?
I am. Am I a terrible sister? I'm out here in the hall calling you guys. Why am I doing that?
Because we need to know.
Are you an aunt?
Of course I'm an aunt. I'm the aunt.
Well, she was an aunt
Well, I
before,
know, but
though.
are you an aunt
a new
two
aunt.
times over?
Many times over. I don't even know how many times over.
Did Gina have the baby?
Yes, we have a baby.
We've got a baby.
What is it? Is it human?
It's a human baby.
It appears to be human.
Did it come out wearing a little turban and those turned-up shoes?
No, but actually there is a funny story which I can relay.
Okay.
That Joe put in a soothing CD, and out come these sounds of all these monkey sounds. It's like a jungle CD.
It's is it the rainforest? Is that what it was?
It's supposed to be, nice, soothing labor and delivery music. And all of a sudden we hear this. And so then we're out in the hall talking to the doctor who's here, and it's not her regular doctor. And the nurse said, "Don't worry, this doctor's wonderful. In fact, last week or this summer, he delivered the baby orangutan up at the Hogle Zoo."
Oh.
So he's really good.
So Mikkel, it's a little girl. We knew that.
Yeah, Jonesy, she's 7'7".
Okay.
7 pounds, 7 ounces.
And you can braid her hair.
So she's not that huge.
But a lot of hair, though.
Huh.
But tons of hair.
Did we think she was going to be bigger than that?
She looked bigger than that.
Now.
What? She was huge. What are we talking? What are we mincing words for? Gina looked huge.
She looks beautiful.
Yes, all pregnant women are beautiful and huge. All right.
So 7 pounds, 7 ounces.
But she still is about 10 days early, so she's a good size.
Well, that's a good size.
And everything. And was it a hard delivery? Easy? Was it?
No, not a peep. Gina didn't say a word. Just 2 pushes and out she popped. It was quick.
Baby just slid right out.
Is that because she had the drugs, right? That's why she didn't make a peep,
yes.
right?
Her thumb was going crazy on the bolus. Absolutely.
I'm tired.
There you go. Get out of here.
Well, that's great
That's good news.
Great news. I just had to. Yeah, she's probably going to kill me that I called you guys, but I had to do it.
No, I think she'll be happy you did.
Okay.
Thanks, Mikkel.
Okay, I'll say.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah, tell her to just relax or something. Nowhere.
I don't get to Vermont from this.
Syrup, Gina. I told you. Syrup.
Well, as a texter points out, Vermont, where the rednecks drive Volvos. So maybe that's an answer. And then here's my favorite text about it. It says, "Yes, emo's not dead. It's just hibernating."
It's been hibernating in Vermont.
Apparently.
A lot of people like that song, though.
Yeah. Oh, it's a good
now,
song.
When you're looking up this artist, you have to be aware that there's punctuation involved in the way Nothing Nowhere is spelled properly. So it looks like, according to the press release from his record label, it's Nothing, Nowhere, period, all lowercase, and no space after the comma. So Nothing, no space, nowhere, period, lowercase. So that's how you find it.
Yeah, or go to Vermont.
Yeah.
Yeah, just go to Vermont.
Well, there it is.
All right. So it's Nothing Nowhere, Fake Friends. Or Fake Friend is the song. Yeah. Well, thank you, Todd. That was very nice. And, okay, we'll see you at the meeting later, I guess.
Oh, I I can hardly wait.
I can.
I can hardly wait.
Thursday turns retard on X96. Ran from hell.
Okay, we've got Big Boy News, Opinioendo, and Boner Fights coming up after these. Stand by for that. And we got a reasonable amount of news on the way as well.
Oh,
Zero Res. Just use your web browser, search engine, look up Zero Res, and find the one that's closest to you.
I called them just the other day, and good friend of the program, Tony, showed up at the house. And he said, I am here to clean your carpets and whatever else you need. I actually had him do the bathroom tile while he was there, too. Because we're being harder on our homes this season, and Zero Res can get them cleaned for us.
3 rooms of carpet clean for $89.95 with Zero Res. Now, that phone number is 2880. That's ZERO, 288-9376. And as Carrie suggests, you can find Zero Res by just Googling Zero Res, or you can go to ZeroResSaltLake.com or ZeroResDavisWeber.com, depending on where you are. But call them, 801-288-0. Get your carpets clean, your tiles clean, your upholstery clean. Just get cleaned up, okay, with Zero Res.
Technology has evolved to the point where the ultimate goal...
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
Druthernuther. D-R-U-T-H-E-R-N-U-T-H-E-R. Druthernuther. And now, to use this fine compound word in a sentence, we call upon LeVar and LeGrand to work their magic and show you how this very complex Utah word works in conversation. Here the boys are debating the virtues of various Halloween treats, and which treats it was the best to get when they were young trick-or-treaters. The word is druthernuther.
Heck fire, LeGrand, it sure is a sad one this year. Halloween's coming, and it looks like the government ain't going to allow trick-or-treating, and the kids is going to be so sad when we have to tell them.
Well, it sure is. Danged old government anyway. I mean, can they legally do that? Just cancel Halloween without a second thought?
LeGrand, if the feds can make you cover up your smile with a COVID mask, they sure as heck can cancel Halloween.
Well, I suppose. But the kids would be wearing masks just like the government wants them to, so why not let them go house to house begging for candy?
I'll tell you why, my friend. Socialism, that's why. Halloween reeks of socialism, and the government wants to stamp that stuff out. You see, if they allow Halloween, all the kids will be sharing treats equally from the Halloween Candy Collective. Not acceptable. Children need to learn the value of work whereby they earn the candy.
Well, looks like no Halloween goodies for me this year. I always like raiding the kids' candy haul when they went to bed. You too?
Oh, me too. I'm going to miss my yearly popcorn ball.
What? Some cheapo jerk in your neighborhood tries to save money by making popcorn balls and then give them an outfit of candy?
That cheapo jerk is me, LeGrand. But we don't do it to save money. My wife, Carol, makes great popcorn balls once a year for Halloween. They're great. It's the only time I get one. And everyone in the neighborhood is crazy for them.
No one is crazy for popcorn balls, LeVar. But that's not as bad as the guy in my neighborhood who gives out bouillon cubes. Can you believe it? Them individual foil-wrapped bouillon cubes. Ain't that awful?
I don't know. Depends. Chicken or beef bouillon cubes.
And the dentist down the street who gives out toothbrushes. I mean, geez, I don't want cubes or balls or brushes. I want Halloween candy, except for Smarties. I don't want Smarties. You got a favorite Halloween treat?
Well, I'm somewhat partial to Bit-O-Honey, but nobody gives out Bit-O-Honey anymore.
Did they ever? Bit-O-Honey?
Yeah.
Jeez. No, what you want for Halloween is candy bars. Full-size candy bars if possible. But any kind of candy bar is better than... Jeez, you kidding me with Bit-O-Honey?
I swear I got Bit-O-Honey a long time ago. one time in another city that I was at.
Right, yeah. How about Almond Joy, though? Now, some people don't like them, but I do. I love Almond Joy. I'd rather have Almond Joy than a Mounds, though. I think it's because the dark chocolate turns me away from the Mounds. I'm a milk chocolate guy.
Okay, well then here's a choice for you. Twixt or Butterfinger?
No, I don't eat anything that has the word finger in it.
Oh.
Well, how about this? Which would you druther? Milky Way, Snickers, or Mooresboro?
I'd rather not have any of them.
Well, what do you mean, not any of them? You should pick one.
I don't have to. When it comes back to those particular Halloween candy choices, I'd druther another.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Perfect.
All right, 9:19, and we were pretty trouble-free with our broadcast situation for the longest time, and now the new year happened.
No, things are going to be great in the new year. Remember, everything's better in the new year.
No. The next 3 months are going to be miserable.
Carrie, stop it.
I have a theory. I'll talk about it off the air, but I have a theory. All right, but we managed to reconnect with Bill via the old-fashioned telephone.
Well, it's the cell phone. It's not the old-fashioned telephone.
Oh, believe me, that's the old-fashioned phone. 5G, Bill. 5G. It's on its way.
I got it, man.
And it's going to mutate your molecules.
Mm-hmm. I know.
A guy on the internet said so. All right, but we do have for you, of course, boner fights coming up here in about 7 minutes from now. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by.
Make sure your furnace is and stays ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for just $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
You know, I don't understand this. Hello?
What's up? What?
I don't understand this whole Alec Baldwin, Hilaria Baldwin.
Please, can I talk about
I don't
this?
Get it.
Okay, all right. Let's go to our Hilaria Baldwin expert.
Let me just give you my understanding of it first.
All right.
She has always claimed that she was from Spain.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, she's not from Spain. She's from Boston. She spent time in Spain maybe when she was a child. Her parents, I think, now live in Spain. But she has apparently always claimed that she was from Spain. I don't understand why. Why did she claim that? Why did this come out? Why is this a thing?
So here's the thing.
All right.
So on Twitter a few days ago, somebody came out and said, I can't stand it anymore. I can't let Hilaria Baldwin get away with... Hilaria is how she says it.
Hilaria.
Get away with this anymore. Her name is Hillary, and I went to school with her in Boston, and she's not Spanish, and she doesn't have a Spanish accent. She's a white girl from Boston, and I just can't take it anymore. Well, all of these videos started popping up of her being on like cooking shows on the Today Show, and her, she's chopping things up, and she's like, oh, and how you say cucumber, like pretending she doesn't know the word.
And she's a yoga expert too. She's a yoga person, and she's given birth to 5 children, Gina.
Yeah, but that's all fine. But like, she didn't just pretend like, oh, I have Spanish ancestors and I really love the Spanish culture and I'm just embracing this part of me that I like. She's not Spanish at all. Her parents aren't Spanish. Her family isn't Spanish.
Okay, but I still don't know why.
She knows the word for cucumber because it's exotic. Because people think I'm more interesting. So she's been speaking with a Spanish accent. All of her kids have these crazy way Spanish, Eduardo and all these
weird names like Eduardo and Ramon. Oh, weird.
Not weird, but I'm saying like overboard Spanish. She's not Spanish. Her parents live there now because they're retired and they like Spain and they live there. They're not of Spanish ancestry or anything.
So the big question about this is, when did Alec know? When did he figure it out?
Here's my theory about it. Here's my theory. My theory is she saw, because they met at some restaurant or something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, probably a tapas restaurant, small Spanish. So.
What's weird is he's bubbly on the phone now too. That's weird.
Weird.
She sees Alec Baldwin and like, oh, maybe I can get with a famous person. I want to be more interesting. I can't just be Hillary, white girl from Boston. I'm going to tell him my name is Hilaria and that I'm from Spain. And I think she like put that out there, and at some point she had to come clean with him that she wasn't really Spanish, but that's how she hooked him in the beginning. That's my theory.
Ms. Carmichael! This is a Lucy episode.
Yeah.
Well, I just wish the best for both of them. And am I really bubbly on the phone now?
Yep.
Yeah, for some reason you moved and your signal got bad.
How about that?
It's a little better.
How about this?
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better. Whatever you're doing right
there
is better.
But the computer's now so far away I can't read the news.
I'm glad you brought up the Hillary Baldwin thing, because the New York Times actually did an article about it. That's how big it got.
So this is probably for real. This isn't just...
Oh, yes. No, it's absolutely for real.
Internet gossip. Huh?
And she made a video after this all came out and was like, without the Spanish accent. And she's like, okay, yes, I'm from Boston. I grew up in Boston. But my family traveled to Spain a lot when I was a kid because my parents loved it, and I just always loved the culture. And
I'm glad that the New York Times got to the bottom of this. Yeah. Whereas they also ran a whole series of podcasts called Caliphate, the New York Times did on their podcast, The Daily, and they swallowed hook, line, and sinker this story of this guy who claimed to be an assassin for ISIS. Turns out he's a nice, Pakistani or descendant kid who lives in Canada with his parents.
Oh,
and you got all of that. The New York Times, they swallowed this whole thing hook, line, and sinker. And now they've had to retract everything. So when it comes out that Hillary Baldwin was actually born in Spain, they're going to have to retract that as well.
Now the chat room has some information on this. In a December 30 interview, she said her inability to remember the word cucumber on the Today Show came from stage fright during one of her first television appearances, and that she is bilingual and her accent comes and goes depending on stress and other factors. Also, she blamed the media for saying that she was born in Mallorca, although her publicist and her webpage say she was born in Mallorca.
Is that how you say Mallorca?
Mallorca. How you say?
I just love that that this is an entire Lucy episode, writ large and real.
So has been the presidency of the United States for the last 4 years, but
pretty much
it's had more serious repercussions. A Georgia official says potential threats to Senate runoffs are under investigation. A top Georgia election official said Monday that officials are investigating potential threats surrounding today's Senate runoffs. People's lives have been threatened.
Yeah, because the internet.
Gabriel Sterling, Georgia's voting systems, says that he's their implementation manager. He would not detail specific threats, but acknowledged at a Monday press conference that officials believe there could be any number of potential threats attempting to encourage or discourage turnout.
I don't know if we can have Bill do the
boner.
I'm gonna go now and see if I can figure this problem out. Okay.
You're just in a bad spot right there. Is all that's all I can figure.
All right.
Because when we got you started, it was a good connection, but now.
He did. Before he left, I wanted him to say "by your command."
Oh. I'm sorry, Gino. We have business to get to.
It's Boner Fight. With Radio from Hell on X96.
He said he sounded like a Cylon.
I was even hoping for a bitty, 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 but...
Boner candidate number 1. There's plenty of evidence. I just don't know what it is. Congress could be in for a long, contentious day on Wednesday. 12 Republican senators and up to 100 House Republicans, which now include Utah's own representatives Chris Stewart and Burgess Owens, are poised to challenge the Electoral College vote when lawmakers convene in a joint session to confirm President-elect Joe Biden. Vice President Mike Pence will preside over the session, and if at least one member of each House objects, the Senate will file out of the House chambers and they will debate it. And Chris Stewart says, well, there's plenty of evidence. Well, what is it, Chris?
No.
Well,
show us the evidence. Well, you won't let us show us the evidence. No, we're asking you now. Show us the evidence. Well, it's there. You need to go find it.
There's not. It's not a thing. And
they won't present evidence. They keep saying go find it. People try to find it. They say there's nothing, and then it
now.
Anyway.
Making Utah proud. John Curtis, by the way, our other congressperson, has said, I believe in our election system. I believe in the health of it. I am going to vote to certify Joe. So he's the reasonable one of the bunch.
Which, keep track, this will be like one of the very few times that John Curtis will be correct.
He's doing the right thing there.
I'll give him a point for doing the proper thing.
Going up against Boner candidate number 2, those shots are going to mutate our DNA. No, they're not. A Wisconsin pharmacist / conspiracy theorist convinced the world is crashing down told police he ruined hundreds of doses of coronavirus vaccine because he believed the shots would mutate people's DNA. He's a crazy person, and these are the kind of stories that are going to make people reluctant to get the vaccine when it's available to them, and that's dangerous for all of us, which is why it's Boner candidate number 2.
All right. There are your candidates for Boner Fight for today. One of these needs to be chosen by you as Boner of the Day. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text. Then text that to 33986. Easy to do. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, January 5, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. All right? You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. This is Boner of the Day.
Now, I have a little bit of advice for people for St. Patrick's Day.
Okay.
I saw this online today, and it says these are clever things that you can do.
I bet they're not clever.
For your St. Patrick's Day shenanigans. These are clever captions you could use on Instagram, for instance.
Okay.
And I'm saying if you do these things, you're a fool. You should not. Here, St. Patrick's Day captions for friends and loved ones on your Instagram posts. So as you post your stupid Instagram drunken pictures, you should caption them with things like this. I'm not Irish, but kiss me anyway.
No. Don't do that.
This is clever. These are clever things that people have thought up for you because you're not clever. How about this one? Irish, you were here.
No.
Never.
No? How about this one?
Don't use that.
About to get lucky, insert shamrock and wink face emojis.
No.
Lucky me, I have you. No?
I mean, that's just nice. I
Irish
don't mind
whiskey
that one.
makes me frisky.
I do like Irish whiskey.
Oh, yeah.
How about funny St. Patrick's Day captions for eating, drinking, and being Irish? The leprechaun made me do it. Take a picture. It'll last longer. Picture like as in picture of beer.
No, boo.
That is bad.
The patty don't start till I walk in.
That was kind of funny.
It is?
It made me laugh.
The patty don't start till I walk in.
It's a Kesher reference. The patty don't start.
Okay. Ready to get shamrocked?
No.
No. How about, okay, cute St. Patrick's Day captions for babies and kids.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here we go. I'm telling you, don't use any of these. Little Miss Lucky Charm. So if you put a picture of your kid
This
there.
is like Instagram stuff.
Wee bit of trouble.
Oh.
My little good luck charm. Okay, Irish blessings and proverbs to use for St. Patrick's Day.
Let's try these. Maybe these.
Wind at your back and road racing.
May your pockets be heavy and your heart be light. May good luck pursue you each morning and night. Well, that's okay.
Okay. A little wordy, but
yeah. How about? Now these are all terrible.
Yeah. What do you do? What are you doing for St. Patrick's Day?
Nothing. I'll be in Las Vegas.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's right. Oh, crap.
Oh, my.
Oh, Bill, that's a horrible time to be in Vegas.
You just realized that?
I just realized that.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is
now,
bad.
wait a minute.
That's almost like being in Mexico on spring break.
Yeah,
this
is bad.
Wait a minute. What?
St. Pat's is Sunday.
I'm gonna wait a minute. It's on Sunday, right?
Yeah.
So what exactly am I going to be doing on Sunday? Let me
Oh,
see.
this is bad.
Don't leave your hotel room.
Yeah, don't leave the pool.
Sunday. I'm going to be. I'm going to be at the Piff, the Magic Dragon show.
It's on Sunday?
Yeah.
Well, then you might be okay if you're at. I just wouldn't be out on the street.
Everybody in the audience is going to be drunk.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Really, really, really
Oh,
drunk.
yeah. Absolutely.
So you should be just
No, well,
so you fit in.
no.
I wouldn't. Yeah, don't go to Vegas on St. Patrick's Day
New Year's Eve
or New Year's. I know. I did New Year's in Las Vegas, and oh man, what a mess! What an absolute mess.
I mean, I didn't even think about that. I just.
Oh wow.
So.
Well, maybe you should take one of those cute sayings with you and
Yeah.
use it.
Kiss me, I'm Irish.
Yeah. No.
No?
No.
So I will be sober so that I can fend them off.
You take your cudgel.
I have one on my
I
desk.
know. Take it.
I will.
You can beat people away from you as you go through the crowd.
And I wouldn't be sober if I were you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to take. You know, if you're sober, it's going to be worse.
Well, I'm just afraid I won't. I'm just afraid if I'm not sober, I will get in a fight. If I'm drunk, I'll get in a fight.
Stay in your pool.
Yeah, don't get in a fight.
Yeah,
don't do that.
Because my defense, I'll just be.
Your defenses are down.
My defenses are down, and I'll just be. I don't take that kind of crap from anybody. And then I'll get beaten up.
Yeah, you're in trouble. That's it. In a nutshell.
It's so accurate. It is so accurate.
That 1 minute of writing.
Yep.
Absolutely brilliant. All right.
Because I put off watching The Crown. Like, well, I don't know, maybe someday. And I started watching it over the holiday, and I feel fancy when I watch it.
And see, Sue kept saying, we need to watch The Queen's Gambit, and for some reason in my head, that registered as The Crown.
The Crown.
I didn't realize it's a different show. And I went, oh, the chess show. Okay, yeah. The chess show. All right. All right, time to award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by the chicken noodle soup from Porcupine, which my daughter wanted for her birthday dinner. And a roll. Because you got to dip the roll in it. What's the point of having soup if you don't have a roll to dip in it, right? Who's with me?
You got to have a roll. You've got to. That's just a rule.
Boner candidate number 1 was, there's plenty of evidence, I just don't know what it is. This is Utah Representatives Chris Stewart, Burgess Owens. They are just not going to vote to certify the election for Joe Biden because there's all this evidence. Well, what is it? Well, I don't know, but it's there. Yeah, no. And Boner candidate number 2, those shots are going to mutate our DNA. No, they're not. This is the Wisconsin pharmacist / conspiracy theorist who is convinced the world is ending and that the vaccine for COVID is going to mutate our DNA. So he purposefully pulled it out of the fridge, but then put it back secretly so nobody knew that he did it, or he thought nobody knew he did it. And 57 people got vaccinated with this vaccine that's not going to help them because he ruined it.
Yeah.
So.
There you go. I proved that it's not effective.
That's what he was going for.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's going for.
And he's also going for Boner of the Day because that is our winner.
Okay. All right, there you go. That's your Boner of the Day for today, now qualified to be Boner of the Week. And Gina, just really quickly, while we're on the subject of soup and bread,
yes.
The only time it's acceptable to not have bread with your soup is if you're having mashed potatoes with your chicken soup. Like I told you, you put a scoop of mashed potatoes in the bottom of the bowl and then put the soup on top and then mix
it's
it up.
Secret. It's a little
Trust
secret.
me on this.
Okay.
Trust me. I was taught that by a kid from Idaho, and he was right. All right, let's get our wellness check.
The following is a sponsored feature.
Yes. So
There's
let's
Nicole
talk to
from
Nicole.
From Nightingale College. Hi, Nicole.
Hi, good morning.
How are you?
How are you guys?
We're all right. We're all right. Now, it's a new year, and New Year's resolutions are essentially, you boil it down to, you want to change a habit. And perhaps it's a bad habit.
Well, you don't want to change a good habit, Carrie. You only want to change a bad habit.
Or maybe it's improve on an existing good habit.
There you go.
Could be that.
Okay.
I love January because it's a nice time to pause and reflect on the past and think about how you want to drive forward in the future.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're thinking about habit change, a lot of us have heard the 21 day change, which is really it hasn't been proven with research that 21 days. It's a start.
Mm-hmm.
Of making those neuro grooves deeper and getting it into our lives. But a lot of things can throw it off. Many people think that that they lack motivation or they lack willpower. But what research shows is that it's not motivation or willpower that drive the change. It's really having triggers and reminders to make yourself do the change.
You mean I'm not just lazy? Because I feel like I might just be lazy.
So what are some of the strategies then? What seems to help?
So triggers would be locations. So when I pull into the driveway, I'm going to meditate for 5 minutes before I go into my house. It might be a time thing. So at a certain time of day, you're going to do something. Immediate preceding action seems to be a popular thing. So after I brush my teeth, I'm going to floss them. But you can set up triggers that way.
Mm-hmm.
There's some new labels that I love, but They might be something somebody's already doing. They call it decadent temptation. Kind of fun.
All right.
And so decadent temptation is pairing something that is challenging with something that you enjoy. So maybe it's I'm going to work for 2 hours and then I'm going to walk my dog, or I'm going to sit down and write with a tea and candle, something like that.
Can I involve a cookie in there at all? Can there be a cookie that helps?
Well, and also doesn't it help?
The occasional cookie.
Also, doesn't it help to have a support person or a support group to help you?
I think definitely people who like to work as a team, support group or a team. Right? Having a friend who's going to hold you accountable to get up and exercise, or maybe it's a family member, right? We're going to eat better together. We're going to meditate together, whatever that goal is. But yeah, I think having more people who support what you're doing, and also people knowing what you're doing, especially little children. Little children are great at holding adults accountable.
Nuh-uh, Mom, nuh-uh.
That's why I hide the cookies from my kid. No, actually, my daughter and I have been helping keep each other incentivized to. We got a bike to take turns on, and we always work out at the same time. So, like, I'm lifting weights while she's on the bike, and then we switch, and we keep each other accountable because we're doing it at the same time.
Sue does the same thing with, with a daily Spanish lesson or working out. She will be in competition financially with her brother-in-law. Or with my brother-in-law.
Bet going?
She'll have bets going with Drew. It says, if you don't work out today, you owe me $5.
I like that. Yeah,
and that adds up, and then that way you have also an incentive.
I heard of giving money to, like, your partner gets to choose a charity of their choosing. Right? Maybe it's something you like or don't like to drive the behavior as well. So triggers are the first, and then ability is the next, right? So making a time frame that works is really important. Setting your goals realistically, and also allowing for time that it's going to be messed up, and not punishing yourself for that.
All right,
right? That it's not always going to be on track.
Well, all right, Nicole, thank you very much. How can we get a hold of you and yours?
So you can get this information at nightingale.edu. Our next conversation, we're requesting that COVID questions come in so we can talk about some of those COVID questions.
Okay.
And I think they're supposed to email the radio station with those.
They will.
Yeah, just radio from hell at x96.com. You can put COVID questions in the subject line for that. And in the meantime, you can go to nightingale.edu. Thanks, Nicole.
Thank you, Nicole.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day.
All right. Bye-bye. Talk to you later. Okay, we're going to take a break, and we'll crawl toward the exits after these. Now a message from the Department of Workforce Services hosting a statewide virtual job fair on Thursday from 10 to 1. Now, you've got New Year's resolutions, and maybe one of them is to get a new job. Well, they can certainly help you.
Maybe you lost your job due to COVID, or maybe COVID is just giving you time to reflect on how much you don't like your job. And you don't have to even look for one in your current field. This might be a good time to change fields, change careers.
They've got thousands in one place from over 100 employers. Full, part-time, telework jobs available in a wide variety of industries, from healthcare and construction to jobs in retail, transportation, banking, and a whole lot more, all of which you can explore in the comfort of your own home on a computer or your smart device. So to attend and take a look at all of the jobs that are currently available, but to attend, pre-register at jobs.utah.gov.
The new
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains, the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders tracting on the ice planet Hoth. Oh, man, it's cold out here. Why is it so cold?
It's an ice planet, Lehigh. What do you expect?
Well, I'm sure glad my mom sent me these mittens.
And Zone Leader Hansen has sent us to some pretty dismal places before, but this has got to be the worst. I hope that this Wampa fella lets us in and offers us some piping hot postum.
You know, these tauntaun thingies smell funny, and they're just not very comfortable to ride. I wish our hyperbikes hadn't frozen up. Let's see, third cave on the left, just past the second snowdrift. Yep, this must be it. Hello? Hello, Mr. Wampa?
I don't suppose his first name is Willie, do you? See, Willie Wampa. What? Hello, anybody home? Hey, pal, that's my ride home you're having for lunch.
You must be Mr. Wampa. Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Look out, Butch! Oh, man, he knocked you down. That's going to leave a mark. Excuse me, Mr. Wampa, all we want is just a couple minutes of your time. Oh!
Oh, man. Where am I? Oh, heck. Hey, Lehigh, wake up.
Oh.
Wake up.
Oh, what in the flip?
This is just great. Here we are, hanging upside down, stuck to the roof of a Wampa cave, our feet frozen in what appears to be Wampa spit, while my ride home gets eaten by Mr. Wampa out there.
Yuck, I don't think this Wampa spit's ever going to come off my wingtips. Hey, there's somebody stuck to the ceiling behind you.
Huh? Hey, it's that farm boy from Tatooine. Hey, Luke! Luke, wake up!
Huh? Ben?
No, not Ben, it's me, Butch. I don't suppose you got a plan to get us out of here, do you?
If I could just reach for my lightsaber. There. So much for the element of surprise.
Hey, look, your dad, Darth Vader, cut off Lehigh's arm with one of those things. Cut him some slack.
Will Book and Lehigh ever escape from Wampa Cave? Will Luke cut Lehigh's arm off just for the fun of it? Will our elders ever get the Wampa spit off of their wingtips? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say... Oh, thanks, Luke. For a minute there, I figured we was Wampa Chow.
Luke.
Ben?
Luke.
Ben, is that you?
You will go to the Dagobah system.
Mr. Kenobi? Dagobah? I've never even heard of it.
It's a swamp planet. You're not missing much.
You must seek out Yoda and continue your training.
But I've already been to the MTC. Ben? Yoda? Dagobah?
Mr. Kenobi, are you sure? I mean, we've already been to Dagobah.
Hold on. I've got some problems here. Luke, you go to Dagobah and seek Yoda. Butch, Lehigh, you go thaw out your hyperbikes and continue tracting. I should have gotten Jedi call waiting.
On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elders!
Okay, 9:53 right now.
Well, just going to try one more time with something new.
Oh, what's the something new?
That this would be working. It sounds good to me, but no.
What did you do?
Everything again.
Everything again? Okay.
Okay, well,
I think it's a call to your provider.
Well,
it's time for that.
Tina, do you have any idea how difficult that is? That's part of what I've been trying to do. And the virtual assistant is very nice.
Will you say that for me, Bill, please?
By your command.
No, wait, no, do it again.
By your command.
Yeah.
How about by your command?
Oh.
This is terrible.
We've had.
But see, the thing is, this is not going to be resolved by, and even talking to somebody on the phone will not resolve it.
Now that's no attitude to have.
I've done this before. I've been down this road before.
You need to put it out there into the world, Bill. I'm going to call, and they're going to reset it on their end. It could just be something like that.
Guess
and
what,
then
Gina?
it'll work.
There is no number. They don't want you to call them. They want you to do it all online, which I've been trying to do. But Xfinity, they don't want you to call them.
Sure they do. Busy. I've called them before.
I got through to them through the chat feature. They said somebody will call you in 1 minute. That was 20 minutes ago.
In 1 space minute.
All right, I'm going to hang up again and keep trying.
Space minutes.
See you later. I may or may not see you tomorrow. I may just say.
You will. It'll be fine.
I don't know.
See, I think that it's indicative of a larger problem that we had last time about being routed through Denver somehow. I think that might have something to do with it. You're being routed through Denver somehow.
Yeah.
But it just will have to chase it down.
I don't know what to do about it.
I would.
I blame Chris Stewart. He didn't like what you were saying about him today, and I think he sent the internet cops to your house without you knowing it, and they're sabotaging you, Bill. They're trying to silence your voice. Don't let them do it.
Well, Carrie was about to offer a real suggestion. What was that, Carrie?
No, that was... I just think you need to stay on your internet provider and, do everything that you can as far as, checking connections and all of that stuff, and also have an engineer help you with that.
I already had the engineer tell me everything is working fine on our end. There's nothing I can do.
Well, yeah, I
it's
figure
not you, it's me.
Yeah, you need to check both ends. You see, it's.
Well, he said his end is good.
Well, he can help.
Oh, gotta go.
Oh, they're calling him back. Quick, go.
There we go. Do we have? Does it work? How about now? Is it working? Oh, give it a sec.
Ouch.
Look, on our end, it's fine. Yeah, just a sec. Here we go. One more time.
Welcome.
There we go.
It's how it used to be, kids, in the olden days.
You see, kids.
I think we've had remarkably few problems for as long as we've been doing this from home.
Oh yeah, we've been quite lucky actually. But I do think it's a routing situation. But again, that's just me guessing. Because New Year, that means that things were left alone over the holidays, and somebody had to press a button, and they were just walking by going, "What does this do?" And there's a button pushed. I know I sound crazy, but that's usually what happens with this stuff.
It could be.
Well, let's do the promo, and we can crawl out of here.
Okay. We may have had some glitches. We had glitches. But make sure you tune in for Wednesday's Radio from Hell show.
These technical glitches must go. Luckily, Things That Must Go is happening at 6:45, but we need your must goes. So send them to radiofromhell@x96.com.
Then at 7:45, Dr. Cobble will be back with us to answer your COVID questions, so be ready to call in with your questions.
Of course, there will be more Wednesday's Radio from Hell show on X96. All right, now if you quickly go to x96.com/live,
yes,
you'll see my second box of classic action figures that Sue didn't know that she got me for Christmas. But she was more than happy to take credit for when they came. So see, there's, and this is the Black Card series, so that's a little different. There's your classic Iron Man figure.
Classic Iron Man.
And here's your classic Black Panther figures.
Oh,
so
nice.
That's kind of a cool.
Sue knows you so well, Carrie, to get you this gift. She didn't know you.
She knew exactly the genre, the style, the whole thing that I was looking for in these Hasbro Pulse figures that she did, I'm sure, the research on herself.
Yep. That's how much she loves you.
All right. I think we're good here. All business taken care of. Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know Bill's a Cylon? I sort of combined our two. By your command.
Damn, Internet! All right. Corey is next.